All right, so welcome everyone. Happy Saturday afternoon. Welcome to the Grandest Tech Conference in the Philippines, Google Developer Group Philippines DevFest 2020, now streaming online. So I am Trisha. I will be one of your hosts today. I'm together with Rosel, Estella, and Eliza. So this will be the plenary stream, okay? So there will be a lot of talks. So make sure to grab your snacks, be comfortable in your own homes, and then the breakout talks will be streamed on GDG Cebu's Facebook and YouTube page. So make sure that you have checked our agenda, you've joined our Slack community channel, and wait for updates, okay? We'll be having a lot of stuff going this weekend. So without further ado, let me go ahead and call the project lead for DevFest Philippines, Justine Joy de la Paz, for the opening remarks.
to GDG Philippines DevFest 2020. I hope everyone is safe and doing awesome even though we are still in pandemic. We all know that every day technology is evolving and learning should never stop. This year we want to make this virtual DevFest season the most diverse and inclusive to date. We want every participant of DevFest to feel welcome no matter their background is. This year also is not so different from our previous events that we hosted, except that we are hosting it virtually. With all the GDG Philippines chapters efforts, we tried our very best to give you the best experience that you can have for this two-day virtual conference for free. And DevFest Philippines speakers are made out of various uh, types of technologies, including self-taught designers, programmers, mental health advocates, engineers, CEOs, and CTOs of startup companies. DevFest also features a wide range speakers from Google, women tech makers, Google developer experts, and more. Together, these friendly faces with many different perspectives create a unique and rich developer conference. We have six tracks this year, including mobile, web, AI/ML and data science, cloud, general tech, and women in tech. Our plenary session will be hosted here at GDG Philippines Facebook and YouTube page. And for our breakout session, it will be hosted at GDG Cebu's Facebook and YouTube page. We hope that you make most out of it, and I also invite everyone to join our Slack community at bit.ly/devfest2020 Slack so you can connect and collaborate with different attendees from all over the Philippines and as well as speakers all around the globe. All of these are made possible by our amazing and dedicated volunteers coming from GDG Manila, Cebu, Baguio, Zamboanga, Cagayan de Oro, Women Tech Makers Manila for our Women in Tech track, and WTM Zamboanga for our panel discussion speakers. I won't make this opening remarks long. I know that you are excited for this conference, and I hope that everyone um, will stay tuned for our more events. And again, welcome to DevFest Philippines 2020.
Thank you so much, Justine, for that opening remark. So you are correct. I definitely agree with you. We definitely will not hinder this pandemic will not hinder us, okay, from learning, okay, from having events like this for the community, okay. Events like this, DevFest, it's a tech event by the community and for the community. So without further ado, I will go ahead and introduce our keynote speaker for today, okay, for day one. Our keynote speaker is a UI UX engineer and the co-founder of Xenia Cloud Incorporated. She started volunteering for GDG Philippines way back in 2012 and then created her own local chapter, GDG Cagayan de Oro. So this speaker, her personal advocacy is inspiring more women to become a tech maker. She continues on growing and empowering women in tech, okay, by creating programs and which increases the number of youth, okay, young women to be specific to pursue engineering. So she loves to share about wearables, the Internet of Things, and her current toy project is actually automating her entire home from lights, TV, aircon to their water pressure pump with Google Home. So, for the keynote talk with the title Humanizing the Experience, let's call on Miss Josen Astrid Domitita Chon.
Hi everyone, welcome to the first fully virtual DevFest. Yay! I'm Josan. I'm a UI/UX engineer and a woman tech makers ambassador. My advocacy is teaching young girls to code and encouraging women to pursue courses and careers in science, technology, and engineering. So aside from workations, I've been traveling to places doing IoT and wearable workshops. On the left side is one of my fashioning technology sessions at School of Fashion and the Arts, where I helped fashion design students to use wearable kits for their fashion exhibit. And on the right is me on my wedding dress, powered by a microcontroller, sensors, LED, and fiber optic strands, literally walking the talk or the workshop for wearable technology. Anyway, last year, I started studying for my master's degree. And this year, instead of my usual workations, I finally decided to go on a real no work at all vacation. But it's so ironic that on the day that you get your passport with your approved visas, community quarantine was declared on the same day. Yay. So we suddenly woke up in a different world. The world became flat. But I'm not saying that the earth is physically flat, but let me kind of expound on that. Office locations, commute, traffic didn't matter anymore. And working from home is no longer an option or a benefit because it's suddenly the norm. If you're from the north, which is Quezon City in Metro Manila, you're now enjoying food deliveries from the south around Parañaque, Las Piñas, or Alabang. And let's add to that me speaking at this conference and you beyond my screen from wherever you are. In short, the world became flat because everything is literally just a click away. It's not as if you're going to venture out there to buy ice cream, right? We've already begun our transition to online space, which is what? Well, probably cloud's the limit. But because of that change, it became a challenge to connect and work together. And that even though as a company, we knew that we were always ready to work from home, at some point, the frequency of being burned out became higher. So everyone's burned out, everyone's stuck at home, everyone's going crazy. And so all meetings are all video calls, mostly without video. So imagine talking to a picture frame or a name or a letter every day for stand ups or reading chats and emails without actually knowing the emotion of the sender. And most of the time, we interpret ambiguous messages with the worst intentions. So, how do we communicate then? How do we send a message across? How can we effectively work together without dehumanizing the experience? Let me share with you a little story before this conference. So it has always been easier for me to conduct and facilitate workshops because of the interactions with my audience. I would know what to do by seeing the reactions on their faces. I could see people having a hard time, people having fun, people who are bored, people who didn't care, people who are so interested that they keep asking really good questions. But well, keynotes have always been hard for me because I'll be talking about myself, my story, my thoughts, and opinions, putting myself out there and being vulnerable. What more, today, now that I'm doing this keynote live without actually seeing my audience's faces, your reactions, your body language, it's not any different from talking to myself. I was experiencing imposter syndrome, maybe because I was playing too much Among Us. But joking aside, what helped me was to look for someone to talk to about the things that I wanted to say in this keynote, talking to an actual person who gave me a candid feedback. So maybe like Conan, I could use a cardboard cutout audience. And so I realized that even though the person is beyond your screen, they can be at least on your screen, seeing an actual face, seeing an actual reaction, humanizing the entire experience. But at the same time, when you enter a video call and then you get caught off guard with your camera on, boom, then you become self-critical. And that's what and that's when you turn it off, your camera. So wouldn't you agree that it's basically the 2020 version of hearing your own voice? Yeah. So it's basically the 2020 version of hearing your own voice. When the reality of the pandemic hit, in order for us to be back on track and on our usual rhythm, we had to replicate our experience in the physical offices in our homes. And this is easier said than done. How about coffee breaks? How about water cooler discussions, lunch outs, ad hoc meetings, and everything else? We need to humanize those because those are the little interactions that we experience on a daily basis. And so maybe I could share the three things that our team did in our company. So first, we had remote lunches, remote team lunch. So in one of our team lunches, someone ordered sushi bake for everyone and sent it to each of our houses, and then we all ate it together in front of our computers. And we really talked about like we tried ourselves, tried so hard that we're gonna replicate like we're really eating together. Second, we did virtual game breaks. So in our office before, every 3:30 we have a session called T30 wherein we play games, charades and all. But um with the help of a lot of games online, we were able to play charades, Pictionary, Spyfall, even Among Us, and more. So breaks are really and are important because you don't go to the coffee machine anymore. You don't go to the water dispenser anymore. You don't go to the water dispenser, get your water, meet someone there, and actually have like what small talk, chit chat. But actually that kind of breaks um the your because you always need a break, and it just breaks the monotonous cycle that you have. And three, we have a long running Google Meet or Discord channel. So if they don't want video, we get Discord. This is what we do so that you can feel like you're working in the office, right? Because if you're working in the office, you hear people talk around you. And so this is how we wanted to replicate working in the office and working at home so that you're not working alone, but you hear everyone or you see everyone. So we have a company Discord channel wherein all our rooms, our breakout rooms or um, meeting rooms, we all put it there. Boracay, uh, Camiguin. So we're like, okay, let's go to Boracay. Let's meet there. So we wanted to replicate what happens in the office so that we don't feel that we're we're working alone. So maybe what I really wanted to say is that as people in the tech industry, we're supposed to be good at this. We're supposed to be good at this working together online. And we should be the ones showing the way to other industries. We are needed now more than ever. So, as much as possible, let's not be burned out. Let's still have work life balance and prioritize not only safety, but our sanity as well. But as a company, or organization, or team, we could only do so much. At the end of the day, we need to keep reinventing ourselves. And so then I asked myself, am I really inventing myself through time? So I got, I think, 5 learnings, 5 realizations that I want to share today. So one is, I think I've shared this in one of my talks, but it's about the passion hypothesis. I have so many hobbies. I like to tinker with things, with electronics. I get easily bored. And so I try new things whenever I have time. I really love experiments. I always say to myself that I'm passionate about tech. But then I realized I wasn't as focused and goal oriented. I just love the learning part. It's probably not a bad thing, but at some point, I felt lost. I mean, more than 10 years in this industry, I felt lost. And so there I was in search of a book that might be able to help me. I came across a book that I found the title very interesting. It was Cal Newport's So Good They Can't Ignore You. The book gave me my needed light on the conventional wisdom of career success, which is follow your passion. Because in the book, the first thing that I saw when I opened it was rule number 1: don't follow your passion. I mean, Steve Jobs, for one, was well known for follow your passions. But actually, at first, he didn't love computers. What he actually saw was an opportunity to earn quick cash. Though there was no doubt that he loved Apple computers in the later stages of his life, but he surely didn't start Apple because he was passionate about computers. So this also made me realize that the true path to the work I love is adapting the craftsman mindset. So, which is focusing on what value I'm producing in the work that I already have or have been doing, instead of the passion mindset, which is focusing on what value your job offers you. My realization number 2, learning, is breathing and living tech. Aside from being in the tech travel industry, so a little background was way back in 2012, a year after my graduation, we all were like, okay, let's start. Let's build the product. So we were doing a hotel booking engine, and um, it was good. And then we were so surprised that after a year, our company was actually hired by Rocket Miles, a travel company based in Chicago. And in 2015, we were bought by Booking Holdings, Booking.com. And last year, we've been merged with Agoda. So we've been really in the tech travel industry, though this pandemic really, in general, hit the travel industry so hard. But if you've been hurt, if you've been hurt or hit hard in this pandemic, the only thing that came to my mind was I need another egg in my basket. So together with my spouse, though it seemed so random, we opened up a brick and mortar store, a craft beer pub, which is the business that I enrolled in business school. So I'd always say that we're software engineers trying to run a bar. We didn't really know how to run a brick and mortar store, but we definitely know how to run a dev team. And so our inventory is a Kanban board. The journey of the beer kegs from purchasing from the supplier, receiving, storing, to return to the supplier. All our bartenders were in Slack. We had bi-weekly retrospective meetings, and our admin staff have daily stand-ups too. So we were really keen on optimizing our processes and making it like as if we're a dev team. What I learned from business school is that even if we didn't know the business or the industry terms, our process and mindset were on the right track. And finally, there was this validation that we've done something right. But what probably went wrong was because we're mostly driven by our want for exploration, testing, R&D, we lack in prioritizing profit. Maybe because we're devs and we started it as a hobby, drinking. But because we did our experiments, we invested in our random sandbox, the brick and mortar store. We had so many learnings, and we were able to design process modernization for retail. So it came to a point that it wasn't about the bar anymore or selling locally crafted beers. It was more than that, and that we're back to tech. It's like if what we want to achieve from going to space is learn, we'd bring a scientist. But if we want to make money, we'd bring passengers. We didn't want to push for higher margins because it would only mean that the retail price is going to be higher and definitely more expensive for our customers. We were thinking that we might lose them and lose our data. I thought being a dev myself, I've always been a critical thinker and I'm data driven, but I need to improve because I caught myself I caught myself asking myself, why didn't I think of that? Like, suddenly, things were, I realized I wasn't a critical thinker as I thought I was. I'm not data driven as I thought I was because I haven't thought of those specific solutions that I could have thought. So I wanted to make better and more sound decisions. Anyway, we realized that we're not really cut out for managing staff and profit optimizations, but we're definitely good at process optimization. And so that's how we pivoted our efforts this year and how we reimagined the future of retail. The projects that we left in our back burner that were too early, we just pulled out because suddenly it became useful and now in production. So ideas before, tech before wasn't the right timing, and suddenly now it's useful. And so we just went full circle, doing the things that we do best, which is tech, while also gaining new friends, new experiences, new things, but most of all, committing a lot of mistakes. I mean, a lot. So being part of our class in business school, that's the experience that I've put on the table. And because of that, in this time of uncertainty where businesses were forced to modernize, we were able to help some entrepreneurs in my class and their businesses thrive. Our experience in running a brick and mortar store made us empathic towards the real industry. Before, we had no appreciation for the retail processes because we thought, nah, it's going to be old school. And there would always be that inevitable human error. But then people might be making mistakes because there is a problem in the system. Maybe it's not the people, but the system that needs fixing. Because we're easy to generalize that it's someone's fault. But have we thought of maybe it's the system's fault because it's not mistake proof? Now, apart from knowing how to fix the system, we're also more invested in solving the problem. The pandemic forced everyone to either pivot or persevere lest we perish. Modernization is not an alternative strategy, and digital transformation is no longer just an afterthought because it will actually save businesses. And that's where we engineers and technologists come in. We won't get out of COVID alive if the economy dies. We need to help our community of SMEs. In every war, the supply chain is the heart. You cannot fight without food if you cannot feed your soldiers. This made me realize that the role of technology today just got pumped higher. There's so many things that we can do. It can be overwhelming. I mean, I'm already overwhelmed. Many businesses need us now. People need our help. We need one another to keep our sanity too. We need, but as well as we need to continuously learn so that we can help our community. We're engineers after all. We solve problems daily. The pandemic is like any other problem. It's just that it was unexpected and disruptive, and it may have pushed us out of our comfort zones, but definitely it made me ask about what truly mattered and what are the things that are worth doing. Sorry. My learning three. Uh, Continuously build up rare and valuable skills. As Cal Newport calls it, it's called career capital. When you have developed skills that are too valuable or so good to be ignored, then you get to choose a great job, one that is rich with creativity, impact, and control. So the goal really is to acquire as much career capital as possible so then more opportunities would come. In this time of uncertainty, we definitely need to buff ourselves up and pursue a diverse portfolio of options. So it's not just businesses that needs to be diverse. Us as tech people, we need to be diverse as well. My learning four is connect and build relationships. I've always believed that if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. And that you're only as smart as the last person you've talked to. There was an HBR article that I read that in order for us to maximize our learning, we need to talk to people who you were once close to but haven't been in contact with for at least 3 years or more. And aside from this is the time that we really need to connect the most. My realization number five. So even though in general all the industries were hit hard, the need will not change. How to satisfy that need will. The need to travel did not change. You still needed to travel, but how to satisfy that will. If sea and air travel goes down, land travel will go up. The need to eat sangyupsal did not change, but we can sangyup at home now. So it's it's not as if our needs changed. It did not. We just needed to be creative somehow. So there's so much innovation in this disrupted world right now. So let's reimagine the future together and help our community. Technology is taking a bigger role this year, helping businesses to help our economy. Technology should be able to aid our needs and solve problems. But at the same time, technology should just blend in the background, and technology should amplify our humanity. And it's such a great pleasure and pressure to be the first speaker today. I hope I've been able to get to you through this screen. So, for my parting words, if for doctors, their first mandate is to do no harm, maybe for us technologists, first, be human. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Josan, for that keynote talk. That's really inspiring and relatable, of course. Especially now, because that we are in a pandemic. Yes, we're stuck in our homes. Um, but the world doesn't stop. The economy doesn't stop. Okay, we need to like keep up. We need to cope up. So thank you for sharing your experiences, your best practices during this time. Okay, so for now, I think we have some questions here. Okay, from um, our attendees. So first question: how do we convince our bosses that breaks are good for productivity? You've mentioned a lot of like fun break activities earlier. So right?
Can you repeat the question? Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can definitely repeat it for you. So
It
it's
went choppy. Sorry.
okay. Sure. So it's how do we convince our bosses that breaks are good for productivity?
So how do we you actually convince our bosses that we need something for productivity?
That breaks are good
That
for
that that breaks our
good
can't hear.
for
Sorry.
productivity.
Can you write it down? Sorry.
It's
Maybe it's my internet or
on the
I don't know.
stream. How do we convince our bosses that breaks are good for productivity?
Huh. How do we that breaks our productivity? So bosses that break their productivity. So maybe it's uh, a sample. Maybe I don't know if I understood the question correctly. If you've if your boss have been breaking your productivity because breaks are good. That breaks are good. Okay, sorry. So how do we convince our bosses that breaks are good for productivity? Well, what we did, we had data. So maybe a good if you don't have an HR, maybe a team lead, because for me there's always two people. There's the project lead and the tech lead. Uh, we call it project owner, and one is the project owner, one is the product owner. So those two are our mothers and fathers in development. So the product owner is the one in charge of the product. So your product is the product, but the product and sorry, my line of thought. Product and project is that the other one, your product is your team. So you're responsible of what your team feels. There should be one-on-ones. There should be some feedback loop or something. There should be some feedback. Gather some data, and then I mean, every boss would believe data, right? So if you could do um, gather it, gather a small team, um, do some feedback, do some suggestion box or something if you don't have an HR, so that you can reach through your boss. If you could just say it nicely, or and then present the data that we've been feeling down, our productivity is low because we've been failing, we've been not completing our tickets, something like that. That in this sprint, the sprint score should be this high, but this sprint it was lower than that because probably productivity was low. Um, find out the reasons. I think we could always reason out. And I think the most important one is show data, really show data.
Okay. Thanks for that. I agree with that. Of course, we need to have like a reference or some basis. So that's really a great suggestion, especially for the person who asked this question. So next question that we have here: what are the steps we can take to help us discover our own advocacy?
Okay, it kind of took a while for me also, like how to discover our advocacy. But I started, as I've mentioned earlier, I started with something which I started with something I did I do best. Like if in tech, okay, in tech, and then you segregate it. And now I'm advocating, which I really enjoyed, is really teaching young girls to code. Because when you see them, I mean, this my young I don't know Rory. Rory started coding when she was, I mean, 9, 10. I And then now I think she's 13, 14. I'm not sure, but she started so young, and she's coding in Python. And when you see that, that's the future. And for me, um I'd always want to share what I have. I mean, I'm not the smartest, but whatever I have, I wanted always to share it with young girls, because when I was studying, when I experienced that in one engineering class, I was one of the two girls out of 100 men. And that's why I wanted to really inspire more young women, girls, to really pursue STEM. So maybe you can start with something that you're really good at. Maybe you're really good at Python, maybe you're really good at Java, and or AI, ML. Find that, join a community, and then maybe there you would discover your own advocacy, because I discovered my own advocacy when I joined GDG.
All right. So thank you for sharing that one. So just a follow up. So basically, you will start when it comes to discovering your own advocacy. You started by putting up some foundation on your passion, what actually burns in your heart, right?
Yeah,
Is
and
that
join
right?
a community like GDG.
Yes, thank you. So speaking of that, please don't hesitate to feel free to message in our Slack channels. Okay, so if you confirm your attendance, so there's a Slack invite link in there, or you must have been emailed with that. So please join our Slack channel. Feel free to connect with other devs or tech enthusiasts there, just like what Miss Josen said. Okay, connect with other people. Okay, join communities. Maybe yes, you're not that good enough yet for now when it comes to specific technology, but who knows, right? You can improve that one. So next question here, how to be more organized and more focused, okay, on the work when you are at home.
Okay, so it needs to be conscious effort. So for me, how my first step is no work weekends. Strictly no work weekends. And because there's just a thin barrier between your bed or and your table, or it's the same, literally. You really have to define a time, and it pays to stick on a schedule. Because I mean, if your windows are all shut, right? If your windows are all shut, you don't get the light. I mean, I don't like sunlight. I like my windows closed. You don't follow the time. There was a time where I I thought that it was a Sunday, even it was a Saturday. So I was literally like really lost. I don't even know the time zone I'm at. So it you should really have a conscious effort, because your bed, your table, thin line. Sometimes it's the same. So stick to a schedule, uh, and really try your best to follow that. What really helped is that if you work with some people, so what really helped is that if you're a team, you set a schedule that the team works together. Because sometimes if you wake up so late, you don't get to meet with your other colleagues. And it's harder to work with that unless you like to work alone, or you actually like working alone. So if you have a team, try to do it with a team. If you're working alone, it has to be a conscious effort of maybe personally I have alarms like really really loud alarms that would like really like there's a fire or something to tell me that hey, stop working. Or maybe set a time wherein it's your relax time, or for me and my spouse, we're us time, or your girlfriend or boyfriend or partner, um your us time. So stick to a schedule with conscious effort.
All right, thanks for that. So it's conscious effort, okay? So you really do need to work on that, guys. So for all of you who heard that, please, it takes some progress. It doesn't happen overnight, maybe. Lucky for you if it does. But again, just like what Ms. Josen mentioned, it takes effort. So thank you. Now we still have time, so please show the next question. Okay, what do you say to older people that doubt you, especially being a woman in tech? How do I face them with my head held high?
This is always hard, like talking to older people, because they and I'm not generalizing, but I've had some people doubt me, um especially when we were starting up, because right after graduation I did some work. 1 year after graduation, I transitioned to become a tech startup founder. So it was hard. People people are saying, you're young, you don't know things, and you'd be not successful. And it's hard. It's hard to be a woman in tech, because when you're in a room full of men and then they communicate in their own language, you you get left out. A lot of times you get left out. So what I would like say to older people is that I've always because my kind of my motto in life is always be kind. So I'd always respect them, even though uh, they doubt me. But you know, action speaks louder than words. So just do your best, or do work on projects, um, compete with yourself, improve yourself. And when you do that, when you're buffed up, when you're confident, if you've been continuously improving yourself, you don't even have to think about how to face them with your head held high, because you don't even have to. So be confident, and just do what you do best, and keep on improving, continuous learning, like everyday learn.
Nice. Thank you. So that's a nice thought, right? So they need to focus on what they can control. They need to that don't let those comments stop them. So something like that. Thank you, Ms. Josan. No, I think we still have some time for one more question, please.
I think I read from the comments, just to add. Um,
Oh,
there's like they are boomer. Like I had my fair share. So
sure.
maybe I can share a little story. So
Go ahead.
when I was in college, when I was in college, um, I wanted to shift courses. So my course was not computer science, major in software engineering. My course was accountancy. And then I told my mom, I want to shift. And then my mom told me, when do you plan to graduate? So when my mom told me, when do I plan to graduate? And then she told me, I won't pay for your tuition. And I'm like, okay, what am I gonna do if I don't get my tuition? So freelancing wasn't even coined yet. It wasn't a term yet. We called it online job before. And so I looked for online jobs, then finally found one. And then I told my mom when she asked, "Oh, when are you enrolling?" And I'm like, "Oh, I just paid my tuition." And then my mom then gave me the keys to the house. I go home 3 a.m., 12 midnight. Before, my curfew was what, 5 p.m.? Then my mom suddenly trusted me because, oh, my daughter is kind of responsible anyway. So maybe I should trust her because if she can do this, stay. It was kind of my rebelling, but it was it was rebelling like because I wanted to go home late at night because you have friends and you drink and you want to enjoy college. So what happened was my mom just realized that her daughter is actually responsible even if she was rebellious. It's like responsible. It's both responsible and rebellious at the same time. And because my mom wasn't paying for my tuition anymore and I was responsible for myself, she didn't she trusted me more than she trusted me before. Like zero trust at all. Curfew, then that's it. So um
So more
so
grounded
that's
or what?
way, yeah, grounded. So maybe your way of it's something like it was my way of thinking that time that maybe if I should pay my tuition, my mom couldn't threaten me anymore. So I'm like, you can't threaten me anymore. So there was the only the only thing that's next would be trusting me. So that's my story of rebellion in college. So she's a boomer. Um, so that's why when I saw boomer, yes, my mom. So I did my Twitch. I did work. I did working. I like working because when I worked, it was outside school. It was online, and I was learning more things than I was learning in school. So I was both learning while I'm working, learning while I'm in school, and it was just all. It all helped me. It all helped me after graduation with my mom's trust, of course.
Nice. So thank you so much, Miss Rose, and you're such an inspiration to everyone. So again, thank you for answering those questions and also going extra mile, sharing your inspiring stories. So again, from GDG Philippines, thank you so much for this keynote session. So
Thank you. Super pressure. It's the first virtual and first speaker. Really.
yeah, you did a great
And
job. Okay, so again, thank you and see you around. We hope to see you in the comment section. Feel free to interact with everyone. And I think we're going to have a break for now, a short coffee.
all right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Hello, everyone, and we're back. Thank you so much, Mr. San, for that insightful keynote about humanizing the experience. I hope you guys enjoyed and gathered insights as well regarding poster syndrome, your passion versus your goals, and living with technology. And now I hope everyone is gearing up for our next speaker. He's going to be talking about achieving Hermetic UI tests. He specializes in Android development and has been making Android apps since 2016. He spends a lot of time experimenting, researching, and finding the best practices in development. From time to time, he shares his experiences and learning on the mobile development through workshops, speaking at events, and writing articles. Everyone, your speaker, Mr. Kurt Renzo Acosta.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I guess I'm up now. It's so weird being in a virtual event, but let's go. So, hi, everyone. Yeah, thank you for the introduction. And yeah, my name is Kurt, and I've been doing Android development for 3 years already, and it's really cool, and I really love it. So, right now, I'm a senior software engineer for a startup called Plentina. So, we're a startup that wants to give access to credit in emerging markets so we can create better financial opportunities. So, if you want to know more about us, check us out at our social media pages at Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram, and or at our site at plentina.com. So, yeah, let's dive into the talk. So, as a very early startup, we had to build things really quickly. And as I add features here and there, some features are starting to break, and I've already made them. So it's really a pain to kind of track it down and fix it all over again, right? So maybe I've accidentally changed something. Maybe the feature I added had a side effect which led to the issue, and it's just really a pain to try and investigate all over again since you've already done it. Luckily, this was in the very early stages of development, so I thought to myself, why not decide to invest a lot in testing, which I did, and it was something which I really wasn't paying a lot of attention to in my previous project. So yeah, in this session, I'll be talking about what I've learned so far and um, tell you about it to the best of my ability, so I can help you achieve UI tests the way I achieve them, and we could be confident when we ship out our application. So to start, I'd like to give a textbook definition of what is testing. And a quick Google search says to test is to take measures to check the quality, the performance, or the reliability of something, especially before putting it into widespread use or practice. Basically, to make sure that what you're doing is working before you ship it, right? So this is already a good definition, but I want to explain it more by going into why are we doing this specifically as software engineers. So why should we test? Why do I have to worry about this? I just want to make an application I'm doing because I'm a developer, right? And we have quality assurance people for those, right? So of course, when we build apps, we want them to be of quality. We want them to be able to. We want to be able to ship a product that is, of quality, something that has minimal bugs. Of course, when we put it out in production, there's always going to be a lot of issues and bugs because there's a wide array of devices. We never know what could happen. And with testing, we'd also be able to prevent bugs whenever we add features, whenever we make a bug fix, whenever we ship out a release. I'm seeing that what's sharing is my presenter notes, so I'm gonna hold on. Share my screen, and then let's look for Keynote. This is better. Can someone from backstage tell me if this is better? Okay, yeah. Okay, sorry about that. And okay, so why should we test, right? So as I was saying, we want to be able to ship a product that is of quality. We want to be able to minimize bugs. We want to prevent bugs on every feature, bugs on every release, so that we're going to be confident on the product that we're trying to ship. So the next thing I really like is for us to be goal oriented when we're making the product. So um, sometimes you want to know what we're kind of building, right? And with testing, we're kind of giving a clear definition of requirements on what we're trying to build. So we put out the requirements. We know what how we want that application wants to behave. And with testing, we're gonna get an acceptance criteria. So we're gonna know if we finished the job or not. And I don't know about you, but I'm a super lazy person. So think about having to test every time you make a release or a bug fix or a feature, and you have to test everything and see if it's still working and if it's still good. And it might be okay if you're working on a small app, you can just make it and test it on one device. But think about the wide array of devices that are out there. Think about different device configurations like orientation, think about language and then screen sizes. And when you try to create a matrix out of those devices, you're going to be testing at a lot of devices. And with testing, and when you have a testing script in place, you can just run it and deploy it to the device. So you can reclaim your time, maybe do something productive, maybe relax because you've done a good job in testing. So at least to me, these sound good in theory, but implementing it was really a lot of work, and that's what I really want to get down in this talk. So yeah, now that we know a bit more about what's testing, why should we test, um, let's try to dive on a few more concepts with testing. So here we can see the testing pyramid from the Android developer documentation on the fundamentals on testing, and we can see that we can have three different tests in our application. So we have unit tests, integration tests, and UI tests. So from the bottom of the pyramid, we have a lot of unit tests. So these tests are small and fast, and they run at our device. And you can have like up to 70% of your unit tests in your code. So these unit tests are our tests that test a specific unit or component in our application. So for example, let's say you have a calculator. You want to make sure that if another class uses the calculator class, it works. So you might be testing about number of operations, like 1 plus 1 should give you 2, 2 plus 2 should give you 4. Maybe if you divide by 0, you should yield an error and stuff like that. So you try to figure out edge cases and different passing and negative cases so that you know that when someone uses it, they're going to be confident with it and it's working. But these tests are very low fidelity. So we're not really testing the actual interactions with the app. So which is why we go to another level, which is the integration tests. So in the context of Android, let's say we have a fragment. So when we have a fragment, most likely if you're using the architecture right now, we're using a fragment, and that fragment would use a view model. And then that view model would use a repository. Now you have 3 units in place. If those are integrated together, would they work? And that's our goal with integration tests. We want to work. We want to know that, or rather, we already know that they're working through the unit tests. But when we try to wire things together, would they work? So since we're testing a fragment, that's already kind of a UI test, right? Because the fragment in the context of Android is a screen. So which leads to the next one. So what are these UI tests? So I'd actually rather prefer to call this as end-to-end UI test, which is testing features themselves rather than UI. So let's say we have a to-do list application. So when you have a to-do list application, you have a list showing the to-do list, right? And maybe you can add an action. So if you add an action item, you should be able to see that in the list. So you're testing 2 screens and testing one feature at a time. So, but the problem with end-to-end UI tests, it's they're kind of hard to set up and they're really flaky. So, for example, going back to the to-do list example, let's say you want to test a delete function. So you added something, you want to delete it. You can't test the delete function if you haven't added something yet. So you're kind of gonna have to do some setup in order to create a specific test, and it's much harder. And let's say you're communicating with a web service, you're going to have to deal with a lot of flakiness because you don't know if your connection is slow, if your connection is fast, and you're going to deal with a lot of flakiness, meaning sometimes it would pass, sometimes it would fail, and you don't have a hermetic UI test. So yeah. And another concept that we kind of need is software architecture. So if you don't have a good architecture in place, it's going to be really hard to test. So let's say you have just some spaghetti code and everything works. If you try to test that, you don't know what specific port to test, and there are going to be a lot of external factors trying to make your test fail and such. So which is why architecture is important. So this is the recommended architecture from Jetpack, which is MVVM or model view model. Basically, we separate the layers and give them their own concerns. So we can it's structured more easily and structured. It's more organized basically. So let's start at the bottom layer. So we have the model layer composing of the repository and our data sources like the remote data source and the local data source. So the remote data source uses an API, consumes an API rather uh, through a library like retrofit and then or like maybe Ktor or whatever you use. And we have the model layer or the database layer, which saves it locally through a database such as SQLite. So we can test these sources actually through a unit test. So when we're testing the communication with our web service, we can check if we're serializing the JSON response correctly into our model classes, or if we're sending the correct JSON request when we try to make a request to that JSON or rather web service. And then on the other hand, we can test the local layer by testing if what if we save something to the database? Are we able to query it? So we're just gonna test them individually and see if they're working. And once you're done with that, you can make an integration test to your repository and make sure that the repository can use them well. So after that, we're going to move up the layer, and here we have the view model. So the view model's responsibility is to communicate with the model layer, which is our repository, and basically try to get that data and format it or filter it out so that the activity can only see what it needs to render or display. So in this layer, we can just simply make a unit test out of this and just make sure that everything's formatted, everything's there. And the last thing we do is we test the activity, which is our screen. And with the activity, this is already our UI. So we want to test this as real as possible. So which is why we're using an integration test and we're going to run this in our device. So we want to interact it the way a user would. So it makes more sense to uh, test it through an integration test. So if you're testing more of these, and you can go ahead and have an end-to-end test already. So just to kind of give an example or a demonstration of how these come into play and how we're going to achieve hermetic UI test, I made this sample project like a year ago maybe to talk about modularization. So it's just a simple app um, that shows the Rick and Morty shows characters, the episodes and locations. So I took the characters section from there and kind of repurposed it and made it into some modern code. And it's just a simple app. So here we'd be able to see like the list of characters and can scroll through them and we can click on one and we're gonna see that character's details along with the list of episodes that the character was in. So it's a pretty simple app and I'm gonna try my best to show you how I was able to introduce tests to it. So yeah, so as I've said earlier, architecture is important. So starting ahead with the characters page, here's the kind of architecture for that. So we have three classes. We have the characters fragment, we have the characters view model, and the characters repository. So what's our strategy here? How are we going to test this? So here again, we have the pyramid. So from the characters fragment, we can test it through an integration slash UI test. I put it in the middle because I'm not really, well, the pyramid says UI test, but I really prefer to it as an integration test or integration UI test. So we want to test the fragment as real as possible in a device. So we test it as an integration test. And for the view model, we're just gonna see if like we're getting the characters data. So it can be as simple as a unit test. And same with the characters repository. So we want to make sure that if the characters repository receives a JSON response, it has to be serialized into our data class. So let's start with the fragment. So, but before that, there are two types of tests in Android. So if you create a project, you might have noticed this already. So you have an Android test folder and you have a shared test folder. So the Android tests are what we call our instrumented tests. So these are tests that would be run on the device and would use the Android framework. And our local tests would be for our unit tests. So they would just run on our machine. So there's no need to set it up on a local device and it would be much faster. So let's dive right into the code. So here, I made the characters test class just to specify what we wanted to do. And for a UI test, you have to have this annotation. So we have this at run with annotation, which basically tells the device, hey, I'm going to run a JUnit 4 test. So it prepares it for the test. And but the important thing here is that I defined the rules of that characters class. So that characters class should display characters on start. It should display the progress bar when loading takes long. It should display the empty message when loading fails, and it should navigate to the character details on item click. So just from this empty test class, we already know what we want for that specific screen to behave. So let's start with the first test case, and this thing is already built. So let's try to add tests to it. Um, One popular pattern when doing tests is following the given when then pattern. So we have the given block to set up the certain scenario. We have the when block to make the actual event that would trigger the scenario we want to happen, and we have the then block so that we can make our assertions and ensure that it's performing well and behaving the way we intended it to. So for this test, we're just using it on start, right? So I think there's no need to set up something, so we can just omit that block. And what we want to do is we want to open the fragment. So we want to launch the fragment. So luckily, in the fragment, we can use the fragment scenario in the fragment testing library by using the function launch fragment and container. And what this would do is it would open the fragment in an empty activity, so we could test just the screen in isolation. So we'd probably use that launch fragment and container line in a lot of tests. So it might make more sense to put it in a function. So which is what we did. So now how are we going to test this? So before we put those tests, we kind of have to analyze and think about how the UI is built. So here is just a simple kind of analysis on how the UI is built. So we have a recycler view. It's rendering items through a staggered grid, and it renders each item is built in in a material card view, and inside that is an image view and a text view. So now that you know about that, let's just make them. I'm just gonna show you this code, which is going to be our dummy characters for now. We'll get into this later. So let's just say that we're getting those dummy characters from a web service. So now what we want to do is that when we set up the fragment, we try to check each character and we want to check if they're displayed. So, but how can we make UI assertions? So with Android, we can use Espresso, which is our testing tool for UI assertions, and we can just say on for each character, we're trying to look for the view with the text of the character's name, and we're going to check if it's displayed. So yeah, it's a simple UI assertion, but I don't know about you, but to me, it's quite cumbersome, right? And they'll have something to remedy that later. So we're already testing each character's name if they're displayed. So we also want to check the image, but how can we check the image? So with the image, we only have a URL of the image, and we want to load the image and put it in the image view, right? But it's kind of hard to test that in a UI test because it has to be really visual, right? Like you're testing on images. So yeah, it's kind of hard to automate it. So what we can do is we can have a workaround and set it somewhere and just assert some values. So in this case, I set it as the tag of the image view. So I can just make a test saying on view with the tag that is the character's image, and it should be displayed. So now I'm checking if there's the name and there's an image view with the character's tag. So one more thing, we're in a recycler view, so this is a scrolling view. So it might be that some of the characters are rendered at the bottom of the list. So we have to consider that it's scrolling. So before we do these checks, we can do an action saying that on the view, the recycler view, I want to perform an action, which is to scroll to the position. And now we're going to ensure that that item should be displayed, right? So we just change the for each one index one so that we know the position. And now we have this test. So, but we have one thing that we didn't really talk about it earlier. So where did the characters come from, right? So we're gonna try and get into that. So let's just leave that UI test for now, and let's proceed to the next class, which is our view model. So now our view model is just exposing this flow, which is the list of characters. So we have a flow of characters, and this is just using the repository to get the characters. So we have the characters, and it's just assigning it to the flow, and that's what we want to happen, right? So whenever this view model gets started, we want it to start loading so that the view model, or rather the fragment, can render the fragment once the data is there. So let's try to create a test for that. So here's the test, and one important thing in this test is we're going to use this coroutine test rule function. Basically, because we're running coroutines, using coroutines in this sample, rather, we have to make sure the coroutines run in the main thread. So, like on the UI test, we have the setup view model function, and here's our actual test. So the characters field should get characters on start, and we just say when we set up the view model, then we assert that the characters is here. So, but then again, like where's this characters thing coming from again, right? So we have no way to tie things together, and that would lead us to our last layer, which is the model layer. So let's go to our repository and see how it's implemented. So the repository is just made with this interface. So we have the interface of the characters repository, and we have the real characters repository class implementing that specific interface. And you might be wondering, why did I have to make an interface? Like in the view model, I just made the view model directly. In the fragment, I can just create the fragment. So why do I have to make it an interface? And then we're gonna later on we'll get to that. But the important thing is that the real characters repository is using an HTTP client. So I'm using Ktor, and I'm using that to communicate with the API. So the data is coming from an API. And here, I'm just hitting that endpoint, and I'm trying to serialize the JSON through this type, which is the data class that I made, so Rick and Morty response and a character. And those data classes are just simple data classes annotated with serialization code. So this would enable me to like serialize this class and let my app translate a JSON response into my data class. So we want to test that specific thing. So here's the test. So here, just like the first two things, we made some code to set up things, right? We have a setup repository, but here I'm creating a mock response from the characters response variable, where I'm just encoding a JSON string from the objects. So what I'm doing here is I'm mocking the HTTP client. So whenever I hit this specific endpoint, I want it to return this mock response always. So this is just for the test, and I want to see how this HTTP client would behave whenever it gets a response from this endpoint. And yeah, I'm just mocking it and forcing it to return this. I actually did some helper code here, so it's in here it's quite ergonomic, but it's actually harder. So here's the whole code of that. But the important thing is I'm just mocking and forcing the response so that we can test. So now that we've set it up, we can have the actual test. So when we get characters from the repository, it should return to us the characters. So from a JSON response, we should be getting the actual database or no, the actual data class objects. So given that we've set up the repository, when we try to get the actual characters, then we assert that those actual characters are the same from our characters dummy objects that we set up earlier. So if you notice, we haven't been running anything yet, right? So let's try to run this test. And we're going to see that, well, we're going to have a passing test. So this means that our repository is working. It can communicate through a web service, and it can get the response and give it to our app as data classes. But again, I mentioned earlier that why did we have to create an interface, right? So the cool thing with an interface is that we can provide abstractions to that specific class. So we have a class, we don't know how it's implemented, we just know that we want to get something out of it. And because of that, we can make another implementation of that class. So we have our real characters repository. We can make a fake, which uses in-memory cache, so we can test it in isolation. Because if we're using the real characters repository class, we're communicating with a web service, right? And like I said, if we use a web service, we're going to deal with a lot of flakiness. So we have to communicate with the web service. It might be slow, it might be fast, but with the fake, it's always going to work because we're trying to simulate things on our end. So going back to the class, so here's our test class. We can actually make a common test for this. So I made it into an abstract class where we just have an abstract variable and an abstract repository where each implementation can specify just how they're being set up. And we can implement this in our real characters repository tests. Here we go. And it's just simply setting it up and trying to make the real characters repository instance, right? But since we inherited or implemented that abstract class, we can just run this test and it still works. But the cool thing now is we have a common test that every abstraction can use. So we can make a fake characters repository class, which is a really naive and simple implementation of getting the characters, which is our dummy objects that I showed you earlier, right? So, but since we have that test, we can make another test, implement that test, and set up the fake repository. And when we run it, we can see that it's still both running, meaning our fake is a verified fake. So this fake is running or behaving the same as our real repository, which means we can use this integration. We can use this in our tests. So let's try to go back in our view model test. And if you've noticed, I've omitted some of the details when setting up the view model, right? This is because we have to set up the fake so that this is going to work. So here, I just added the code to set up the fake repository and added that into the characters view model setup. Now, this test would be using the fake, and we don't have to deal with communicating with the web service. Now, we can run this, and we can see that the test is passing, which means the view model is safe to consume for our fragment. So now let's see and try to make the characters test work or the UI test work. So when we going back, just a quick refresher, we have the function to set up the fragment, and then we have our test itself, which is setting up the fragment, going through each character and making sure that they're displayed. One thing we have to know is we have to know how is the repository or the view model being set up. So in the fragment, we're just using the by view models delegate from the library, and we're using a factory to provide the characters view model, which is just creating an instance from the and using a service locator to locate the characters repository. So you can use any pattern to get your dependencies. So you can use dependency injection with Dagger, you can use Coin, but to keep things simple, I'm just using a simple service locator. And in that service locator, it's just a singleton that would hold our instances of the HTTP client and the repository. But the thing I made here is that the characters repository is a mutable variable. And that would let us shim in the fake that we did earlier in our test. So here in our characters test, in the setup code, you can just add this and change the instance of the service locator to the fake instance. And now your test would be using the fake, and your test can be hermetic. You don't have to deal with flakiness from internet connection. So you try to run the test, and you see that on the side, on the emulator, it's trying to look for each character. It's scrolling through the list, and you can see that it's passing. So we have one test that's passing, right? So yeah. So we've done a test from something that's built. So later we're gonna try and see make a test and then we build things from it. So I told you earlier about how Espresso is cumbersome, right? And you have this commands like on view with ID, on view with text, and you have to do this a lot. So you can actually sweeten this up by a library called Barista. So I don't know why it's coffee-related names, but yeah, it's called Barista. And with Barista, you can have more explicit assertions. So you can say scroll list to position or like assert displayed at position, and it's just going to make your code better rather than having those on view with ID, on view with text. So yeah, just one tip. So if you run it, it's still the same behavior. So it works the same as that. And Barista is built on top of Espresso. So you're going to have the same behavior that you're having. So going back to our test, this is what we have. We just finished this specific test case. Now we want to make this work. So we should be displaying a progress bar when loading takes long. So just like earlier, we set up a fragment, right? And then now when we set up the fragment, we want to see that the progress bar is shown. So I just, on view with the ID of the progress bar, we should check if it's displayed. But again, this is still using Espresso, so let's go and use Barista. So we can just say assert displayed, which is much, much sweeter. So, but the question here is, how are we going to simulate loading? So we're using a fake that's naively getting us the characters, right? So what's cool with the fake is we can actually make simulations out of this. We can simulate loading through a Boolean flag. So we have the Boolean flag simulate loading, and if it's set to true, we just call a delay. So now we're trying to simulate loading for 2 seconds. And once we set that up, we can change our test and have it configured in our setup. So here I just have a Lambda which configures the fake. And in the actual test, I said set up fragment and change the simulate loading flag to true. So now my test would be simulating a loading and it would run the delay. So if you try to run this, this would fail. So like I said earlier, we were testing something that was built, but right now this thing hasn't been built yet. So let's try to go into deeper details again and try to build this. So we have the view model. Now we need to give away to tell the UI that we're loading. So one way to do that is we can have states, we can have a sealed class for the states, and we can have a flow to denote the state of this view model. So now we want to make a test for this. So in the test, we add the test. So the get character state flow should be loading if request takes long. So like earlier, we set up the view model, and here, when we set up the view model, when we change the flag to true, then the character state should be loading. So let's try to run this, and like I said, it hasn't been built yet, right? So it's gonna fail. So what we want to do is to add the state handling. So before we load the characters, we're going to into a loading state, and after we're done, we change it into a complete state. Now we run the test, and we see that it's working. So now this is safe to use for our fragment. So the last thing to do is just consume it in your fragment. So this is a flow, so it's an observable. So on each update of the character state, we just change the visibility of the control. So if it's complete, we show the recycler view or the list. If it's loading, we show the progress bar. And now we can run our UI test, and we can see, or we should see that it should be showing the progress bar. And yeah, you can see there for a split second that it showed the progress bar for a bit, and you can also see that the test has passed, right? So now we have done those two of the requirements, and let's try to let this pass through. So now we should display the empty message when loading fails. So just like earlier, we set up the fragment, we make sure that the empty characters control is displayed. Um, but again, how do we simulate failure, right? So just with the same pattern we did earlier, we can make a simulate failure flag and a simulate failure function to simulate the failure. And once we have that, we just use it basically in our test, and we try to simulate failure, and this test should pass. But again, we haven't built it, right? So let's go ahead and try to implement this. So what we want to do is to catch errors from the view model so that the fragment would know if it has an error or not. So we add the test to it, and instead of simulating loading, we're simulating failure now. And then if it's failing, then the character state should be an error. So the last thing we need to do is implement it. And here we catch the coroutine exception. And if we catch something, the state should be an error. So we run it, and we can see it's working. So it's safe to use for our fragment. And again, we consume it. And so if it's an error, we show the empty characters display. And then we try to run the test, and we can see, or we should see that it's showing the no characters found message. So yeah, so I think by now, at least I hope you should have gotten the idea on like how you should be using testing and using them to make your features work. So we have one more, which is the case where we should navigate to the characters detail screen when we click on an item. So to test this better, we have to kind of understand how navigation is done. So I'm using the navigation component from Jetpack, and what you need to understand here is I just have two destinations, the characters list and the character details list. And what's happening is in the recycler views adapter, I just navigate in the when we click on an item. So I just have that navigation code. So the way to test this is actually using the navigation testing library. So luckily, we have a navigation testing library, which gives us access to a test nav host controller, which we can use for simulating navigation. So you just have to set it up. You have to set the navigation graph. You have to set your current destination and hook that to your fragment. So once that's set up, you can just simply make a simple test for that. So given that we've set up the fragment, when we click on the list item, so we click on something, then we can assert that our destination, or rather our current destination, is the character detail screen and not the characters list. So yeah, with the navigation testing library, it's easy to test navigation. And when you run that, you can see that it kind of does nothing, but it's actually trying to click on an item. But you can see on the test that it's passing. So now we have those four cases working, right? So let's try to fast forward, and let's say you've done everything. So if you've done everything and you try to run all tests, this will be really a good feeling, at least for me. Like seeing everything pass, and like wow, everything's working, right? So all your unit tests are passing. You can see on the side that your emulator is exercising your app and running every requirement that you make, and it's really good. So now we have unit tests and integration tests. But what about end-to-end tests? So at least for me, I still think that end-to-end tests are still better to be done manually. So like I said, you're dealing with a lot of flakiness. You're communicating to a backend, and a mobile is actually more for front end, so you have to kind of test animations, and um, with test you have to turn off your animations, and I think it's still better to test it end to end. So, but with test it manually in end to end test rather. But the thing is, with integration tests, we're testing our whole app with fix, but with end to end, you're using it with real things already. So, yeah, to keep things hermetic, I just stay at integration tests. So, you've done all those tests. You've done your unit and integration test. So what's next? So like I mentioned earlier about automation, right? And the cool thing is that now you have these tests. You can just run it on any device. So you can see here I have two emulators, one running Android 10 and one running Marshmallow. And you can see that they're both running perfectly well. And I didn't even have to do anything yet. So um, I just have to deploy it and let it run. And that's really cool, right? But you can do this if you have your own machine. But um, for me, my machine cannot handle like two emulators, so it's probably not a good idea, right? And it's probably not economic to buy a lot of devices just to test a wide array of devices. So I guess for me, like the next step is, I guess, to use Firebase Test Lab. So luckily, Firebase has this Test Lab feature where you would be able to deploy your test in a wide array of devices. So you can see here that I've already run this test on a couple of devices. So assuming you already have your Firebase project, you can go to the test lab section and you can just hit run a test. You can select instrumentation for your espresso test. And what you just have to do is just upload your APK file and your test APK file. So if you don't know where to find these, this is in the build folder of your project, and you just have those. So you have your debug APK and your Android test APK. You just have to upload those, wait for it to get uploaded. And here, you can just choose a mixture of your physical and virtual devices. So it's actually nice because there are a lot of devices here. So you have Pixel, you have Samsung phones, you have Asus, and there's just a lot. And you can also configure each device depending on the version, on the orientation, on the language, and you can create your own matrix of devices. So once you've done that, you've selected a handful. So you see here, I have a couple of physical and virtual devices. You can just start your test. And this is the part where you wait. So now you're running your test in multiple devices, and this is where you get productive, or maybe like relax, maybe just stay for a bit because you've done a good job with testing. And after you wait, you just wait for the results. And if you get a passing test, then it's going to be really nice, right? So you have a passing test case, then your tests are hermetic and it's working on every device. And so from here, you can look at a couple more things. You can see the test cases that have been executed. So you can see that some of these tests are the one that we made earlier. And you can even see a recording of how that test went. So if you just want to watch it and be amazed by it, or maybe investigate if something happens, and you can get some performance data, so you know if you want to optimize your app. So yeah, so there we go. Kind of a bit of testing on Android. So I want to congratulate you if you made it this far. I know that testing isn't one of the things that's interesting right now. So I mean, as compared to like building UI with Compose, with Flutter, and machine learning, and all of those more interesting stuff. But testing has been really something that has worked wonders for me, and I thought it was pretty interesting to share. So there you go. Kind of a bit of testing on Android and achieving hermetic UI tests. So thank you to GDG Philippines for this, and thank you for having me.
All right. So
Hi,
thank you
hello.
for hi. So great talk. Thank you. So thanks for sharing with us like the importance and the phases of testing. So we gathered some questions here, okay, from
Mm-hmm.
our attendees. Um, First one, aside from Firebase test labs, are there other sites or online tools you would recommend for performance?
Yeah, I think they are. I'm not really particular with it, but I've been seeing somewhere that there's also a device farm in AWS, in the AWS infrastructure. So if you're building on top of that, I think you can use them. I'm not really sure what it is, but I bet there are other device farms that you can use. But for me, I just use Firebase Test Lab and it's working for me. So yeah, I'm using it.
Okay. So next one, is it a requirement for our code to be structured in a certain way for us to start testing, or can we write a test for any structure?
Yeah. one of the goals with testing actually is that so you could refactor your code any way you want and it won't break, right? So um, it's kind of a tricky question, but for me, I think structure is really important. So not only would it enable you to like write your tests, but it would help you kind of organize your code and it would be make it more maintainable. But actually, the most important thing is that you have your integration tests and your end-to-end UI tests if you have those, because your your unit tests rather change depending on how you structure it. So you can use an MVP structure, you can use clean architecture, and your unit tests would depend on those. But your integration tests have to be in place so that you can have them. For me, I would recommend to have it structured so it would be better in the long run. But you can give a spin by not structuring it, and if it works for you, then it can work for you. The important thing is you're doing testing and you're making a product that is of quality.
Great, thank you. Now, next one, from your prior experience, what are some best practices you can share related to testing that you can support?
Yeah, actually, I really had a hard time testing. So, like I've mentioned, like I've been doing this for like maybe a couple of months already, and those were the issues that I really encountered. So it's communicating through a web service, and sometimes it's failing, sometimes it's not. So, uh, one of the things I wanted to like really impart is the usage of those fakes. So with the fakes, you can simulate the communication with an external service, which means you can control your test, you can control how your app is behaving. And it's one of the best practices I'm following right now. So, kind of another thing is kind of trivial too is when you're testing across screen devices, you have to make sure if, or rather, take into account if they're scrollable or not. So, if the controls are like way below the screen and they're displayed, but they're not yet in the position of the scroller or whatever, your test would still fail. So you kind of have to take note of that. So there really is a lot to get into it, but I guess those were the top two things that were really uh, that really I don't know broke me in testing. So why is this working? Oh, you just have to scroll down. Why is this working? Oh, it's because it's communicating through a web service. So it's really gonna make you mad. So yeah, if you encounter those, try to scroll, try to use the fake. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Now, next one, what kind of documentation is more convenient when it comes to testing? Test case or an application like Jira or JIRA?
Yeah, I think you can go with any documentation. So right now, I'm actually just using our GitHub projects, and I have a Trello board. But I see the test as the documentation itself. So earlier, you've seen me define the requirements for the character screen, right? So it should do this, it should do that, and you should make it at least at least for me, kind of a goal to make sure test your test cases kind of document what this specific feature is going to be. So because if you have that, you already have the requirements, right? This class you do this class you do that, and to me that's also kind of like the documentation already. So yeah, you can use anything you like, but I would recommend to have your requirements really solid and put it into a test case, and there you go, kind of a quick documentation. But if you're looking for non-developers, you can make like a test document just saying these are the steps to do this, what should happen if this event should happen, and just build out requirements and an acceptance criteria so you know if it's working or not.
As long as it keeps you going. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, next one. Just to confirm, is the AAA or Arranged Act and Assert pattern similar or same to that you have presented?
Yeah, actually, it is the same thing. So it's just a synonym to the given when then pattern. I think it's heavily used in the .NET frameworks. I'm not really sure, but when I see something built in C Sharp, I usually see act, assert, arrange. Yeah, but with Android, we usually see the given when then pattern. So yeah, it's the same. So yeah.
Okay, thanks for confirming that one. Second to the last, with hermetic testing, is it not necessary to test the services or libraries we use? If they fall in production, how do we narrow down the problem?
Actually, this would get tested in your kind of, let's say, integration tests. Um, like I said, you still have to do your end-to-end tests manually, right? Because with the integration test I showed earlier with using fakes, you're using you're testing your app across fix, but you still have to use an end-to-end test to test it across the real services. Um, it is necessary, and yeah, if you don't, they might fail in production. So you can use more other testing tools. I think a lot of people use Appium. There are a lot more, and I haven't really gotten down into end-to-end testing because I need to build things quickly, and it's a lot of time to invest there. But yeah, you can definitely explore, but I would recommend to um, test them first and just not go with integration tests. Test them manually before they go into production. So yeah, you don't know if the library you're using has been tested. If it is, then it's good. But if it's not, you're opening yourself to a lot of point of failures.
Yeah, the higher the risk are, right?
Yeah.
All right. So the last question that we have here: what are the benefits of test-driven
um, I don't know what you mean by test-driven architecture, but is this something related to kind of like test-driven development? I usually see TDD, but not the test-driven architecture. But 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 yeah, given like I've said earlier about like why you should test, those are basically the benefits. So you'll be able to ship an app that is of quality. You're gonna be able to minimize bugs. You're gonna have confidence when you make releases, and you have that test documentation, the documentation that tells how this specific unit would work, how this feature should be. And if you try to do it early on, you'd have a testing culture, and you can just run your test and deploy and like iterate as fast as you can, uh, rather than developing, doing it manually across lots of devices, and then it's a tedious task. So yeah, I guess, yeah, a product that is of quality, you're going to be goal oriented, and you can automate things. So at least for me, those are the top benefits.
All right. Thank you for sharing that answer about test-driven architecture. So I guess we don't have other questions here, right? So okay. So just in case that you have other questions, please feel free to like post them on Slack and see if someone can maybe share their insights about it as well. So again, thank you so much, Sir Kurt, um, for gracing our event today. Yes, it might seem kind of a little
Thank
weird
you.
since it's virtual. We're used to physical events, but
Yeah, I know.
thank you for bearing with us. And yeah, again, thanks, and we can proceed with the next talk for our
Thank you for
final
having
track.
me.
Thank you. All right, so we just finished one of the talks here in our mobile tech track. Okay, so the next one is still in the same track. Okay, it's still with the mobile tech track, but now our next speaker, he is actually a Google developer for Android. Okay, he's a Google developer expert for Android, and he is currently working as a tech lead at Beeline, Singapore. Okay, let's welcome Hassan Abid for what's new in Kotlin 1.4.
Wait, hello. Yeah, I think I'm on screen, so I'll start my presentation. Thanks so much for inviting me to share some of the new things in Kotlin, especially in Kotlin multiplatform. Yeah, so let me share my slides with you guys. Okay, yeah. So before actually like talking about what's new in Kotlin. Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Hassan. I'm based in Singapore. For last 3 years, I'm working in Singapore at a company. Initially, I joined as a senior Android developer, but I transformed into a tech lead. And before, actually, I was working in South Korea for over 5 years. I I was working in the same company which was making video streaming SDKs. So as you know that recently video streaming, live streaming is very hot trend, right? It is also whole event is powered through live streaming on YouTube, Facebook. So basically, our company makes similar solutions for many like companies. So we also power live shopping. So at the same time, when you are watching some celebrity, you can do shop online at the same time. Actually, I've been sharing lots of topic on like in person. So this is a bit change of trends for this year that I'm sharing many topics like online uh, because of the circumstances we have. So today, actually, I'm going to talk about Kotlin. What's new in Kotlin 1.4? Kotlin is not a new language. It's been there for 4 or 5 years already. And actually, for Android, at 95% plus of the engineers are using Kotlin. And all the new apps, new features, new development is done in Kotlin. So today, at first, like I want to show you why Kotlin is popular. Kotlin is open source. It's actually managed and developed by JetBrains, but people like you and me can also contribute and also suggest new features. So you can see in 2019 and 20, there are around 5.8 million people who have edited Kotlin code. This is like, you can say like, if you go to GitHub, it will be top 3 languages. So this shows the popularity of language in very short time, from 2017 when Google wanted to adopt it for Android development, and now, yeah. So today I'm going to tell you a little bit of new features of Kotlin. At the same time, I want to share an interesting new thing with Kotlin, which is Kotlin multi-platform mobile. So yeah, let's get started. So Kotlin 1.4 is one of the major release of Kotlin with many new language features and improvements. Actually, there is a lot of emphasis on quality, which you guys will feel when you will start using Kotlin in your projects. So today, I'm going to discuss only few of them here. First one is SAM conversion, single abstract method. It's basically how you like write interfaces in Kotlin in what has changed recently. And then there are explicit API modes because people have started using many APIs and libraries in Kotlin. So this feature will help them. And then there is some new feature about mixed name and positional argument. I will give you and explain to you with some examples. Trailing comma, also callable reference improvements, and there is a new thing for using break and continue inside when expression. So first of all, for this whole like speech and demos I'm showing you, you guys have to use a new version of Kotlin. So Kotlin plugin 1.4.10 is available for both Android Studio and IntelliJ plugin. Yeah, so you have to take note of this. And what's the same conversion for like Kotlin interface? Let's look an example. First of all, like I will just create a test application. So this is the interface I'm showing you is actually of IntelliJ IDE, which is provided by JetBrains. It actually supports Kotlin by default. And now there's a new project template through which you can create a application, which is actually compiled to JVM, so you can run on Android at the same time. So this is one example. So what was happening is like, let me give you example of how it was before. Just give me a second. I have a old project. Okay. So here actually, I have, I think I'll make my screen bigger so you guys can see. So I had this interface in Java with only one abstract method. Okay. So when we were using this abstract, this interface in a Kotlin class, here I will show you, it's called consumer, right? So basically, when we were using here, right, well, consumer. So actually, we can use this kind of predicate. So here, actually, more like we don't need to implement that abstract method. So this was only possible from Java to Kotlin. But if you are using, like, for example, another, you have this kind of interface, then you had to actually implement this anonymous class. Okay, so this except function, you had to implement it. But what happened with the new feature is like you just add this fun function, uh, like a parameter here, and then when you want to use this, right, you can use the same kind of uh, this kind of predicate. So you don't need to implement that anonymous class to have this abstract function. So this is a big improvement, really big improvement in Kotlin. Otherwise, it was very annoying to every time implement that anonymous class. So yeah, let me get back to slides so I can summarize for you. So now you can add this fun function parameter in front of interface to basically use this kind of expression in Kotlin for interfaces written on Kotlin. Before, it was only possible when you were writing your interface in Java and bringing it to Kotlin. Okay. So next one is actually explicit API mode. As the name says, like now you need to declare some visibility modifiers in your Kotlin APIs. Otherwise, you can have some warnings. You can configure your project for warnings. So this is to prevent by default every API is open to public. So you can make private, protected, and public APIs. So this is required with the new APIs. You have to set up your project for that. So how you're going to set up your project is inside Gradle. You can mention something like explicit API warnings. So you can have strict mode. You can have warning mode. So it's up to you. If you are in strict mode, then your project will not compile. It will give you errors. Yeah. And if you just want warnings, then you compile your project, you go to your ID and check for warnings. This is really helpful and new feature. So let's talk about another new and interesting feature, which is like mixing name and positional arguments. So basically, what was happening before is, let's say I have my function hello world, and I have three parameters, name parameters X, Y, Z. And what happened is, like, let's say I'm using this function somewhere in my code. So I specify X equal to 1, Y equal to false, and then I don't want to name the argument. So I know, like, third one is string, so I just write string. But Kotlin was not accepting this. So you cannot actually, once you start naming them, you have to name all of them after that. But with the new Kotlin, actually, what happened is, like, it's possible to mix those name arguments. So let's say I just want to name my Y. Yeah. So I can just write like Y equal to true. After that, I don't need to specify names for other arguments. But at the same time, let's say if I have my hello world and I have a default value for Z, then even I can skip these hello. But important thing is, like, positioning will be still there. So you cannot actually do, like, for example, change their order or something. So you still have to follow the order, but actually you can uh, choose not to use the name argument. So previously, when you write y equal to true, then you had to explicitly write z equal to hello also. So this is one useful change. Uh, another new feature with Kotlin is when we were writing loops with when. So every time you want to continue or break your loop, you had to do this at the rate of loop. I think it was very more like troubling for newcomers to Kotlin. They were still trying to figure out like how to fix this error. Yeah, but with new Kotlin, actually, you don't need to specify this. So you can basically just write continue and break. It will do the same thing. So when is yeah. So this is like a useful thing. It's actually based on the comments and feedback from community. They added such feature. So another like so far what I'm talking about is in general for Kotlin. So Kotlin language can be used to make many platforms. It can be used to write Android apps, iOS apps. It is used to write JS, JavaScript. It is also used for server side. So Kotlin is very powerful. So this Kotlin native is specifically for iOS actually. So Kotlin native, when you hear about Kotlin native, it's just for iOS. It's different from Kotlin multiplatform, which has two versions also. One multi-platform is like you're writing for all the platform, Mac OS, JavaScript for web, for your iOS app, Android app. Then there is Kotlin multi-platform mobile, which is only for iOS and Android apps. And then there is Kotlin native, which is specifically for actually iOS. So for Kotlin native, actually, I will show you more examples later about this. There is support for Kotlin suspending functions. Kotlin suspending functions are coming when they introduce Kotlin coroutines. So now you can, if you write a suspending function in Kotlin, you can use it is in Swift as a callback. And also there are some more improvements that you can generate these DSYM files. Those are actually required when you are like building your app for Crashlytics or more recently Firebase, where you can see all the crash logs and everything. And the last one is simplified management of Cocos pod, where you can actually manage your pod file inside Kotlin project. So this is example of suspend function. Let's say I have a suspend function in Kotlin. It's called query data. And if I try to use this in Swift, then it will become a callback. So you can see like you can have result and error coming in. So it's actually very helpful. Also, at the same time, it can throw exceptions if you have exceptions in your suspend functions. Okay, so let's talk about Kotlin multi-platform mobile. Specifically, I write mobile because we are specifically targeting iOS and Android. There's another version called Kotlin multi-platform, which is for all the platforms. It can be Mac OS, web, yeah. And we will call it KMM throughout this presentation. So a little bit background about Kotlin multi-platform mobile. Basically, so far, like you guys know, Flutter, React Native is Xamarin Form. So these are some ways you can make a cross-platform app, right? Basically, what your app has usually a UI layer, presentation layer, then you have business and domain layer, and then you have a data core layer where actually you are fetching some data from either network or from your local cache. So if you realize that most of the time your data logic, your data and your business logic is similar for many of the apps. because iOS app is using the same REST API to fetch data. Android is using the same, and your business logic is almost pretty much similar. Yeah, okay. But the UI for Android and iOS is a bit different, because for Android you use XML, for iOS you use Storyboard, or you use Swift UI. For Android you use Jetpack Compose, and your presentation layer also a bit different. iOS has their own view controllers. Android has their activities. So what we do is like we will take the common logic between both, between both iOS and Android, and write it in Kotlin. So we don't need to write two times. So this is Kotlin multi-platform mobile. Same thing you can do, which you can do with Flutter, React Native. But actually, what we are going to focus here is, wait, I don't have that slide here. Business logic and data core, only last two. First two will be platform native on both iOS and Android, to utilize all their libraries and SDKs. And one good thing about this multi-platform is, as compared to Flutter or uh, React Native, there is no such limitation, because actually what you are doing is you can still use Android SDK and iOS frameworks. So basically, you are just making your life easy by bringing all the common logic and data layer in one code base, and you are still able to write UI independently for both the platforms. Okay, so for iOS, actually, you will still be able to create a framework and create an iOS app. For Android, it's basically JVM, Java Virtual Machine. Then you create a jar file, and then you have an APK you install on app. So actually, IntelliJ ID or Android Studio plugin for Kotlin multi-platform can help you do this. So actually, this is one more, like some examples is like, let's say, so what you do is like you write business logic and core logic for both the platform. And actually, you can use some platform specific stuff. I will show you the structure later. So for example, here for iOS, if you want to make a camera app, you need AV Foundation. For Android, you can use Camera X. For iOS ML, you can use Core ML. For Android, you can use ML Kit. So you can see like there is a more like alternative for every libraries on both the platform. But you can manage them in one project. Okay, so I told you like what to share. You have to share business domain, business or domain layer, and data and core layer. And recently, actually, Kotlin community, JetBrains had developed this new library called Ktor. So this Ktor is actually like basically a wrapper. So it like your Android, it combines your Android engine and iOS engine. So it gives you a like interface. So where they handle for you platform specific calls to network. You just use this library to basically do all the network requests. And then there is Kotlin serialization and some other stuff for business logic, which you can use at the same time. So in general, Kotlin project, Kotlin multi-platform project looks like this. You have a source set for like common main. Then you have for like specifically for Android. Then you have specifically for iOS. For iOS, we can have two kinds of source sets, because iOS simulator is using x64 architecture, but actually devices are using ARM64. So this is one difference between iOS and Android. But most of the time you see it's a hierarchical structure. So basically your common main, then some platform specific things you can write separate code in both of like source sets. So this is one example how you can use some libraries, dependencies for Android and iOS, and there are some common libraries which are used in both. For example, here Ktor is used for for common, and then you have a specific Android client for it. For iOS also they have a specific client, and then you have SQLite. This is a more like a database. But Kotlin serialization, Ktor's client serialization, you don't need in both of them. So this part is taken care. This is an example I will show you shortly. It's actually released 2 days ago at Kotlin 1.4 event. Yeah, so this is pretty much new. Yeah. So how Kotlin and Swift work together, you might be wondering. So let's say we have, I gave you one example before that we can use suspend functions in Kotlin. Right? So there is more support for calling Kotlin code inside Swift. So I have this suspend function which throws an exception. So basically what I'm doing here is like trying to get data from either database or network. If database is empty, no cache, then I fetch from my network. And this function actually I can use in Swift. This is a function I created here. Inside the Swift, I can basically go in my view controller and write this stk.get launches. So here I can also have error. So if it throws some exception, I will get that also. So this is a very, very like new thing and very exciting for iOS development. So another interesting thing I want to show is integration with CocoaSpot because iOS projects, I think almost all the projects use CocoaPods. Actually, you can use Kotlin multi-platform to do the same. So basically, what you do is like you add Cocoa CocoaPods kind of wrapper in here, and then you can specify. So the first one actually on the top build.gradle.kts is actually your I can say your Kotlin multi-platform project. The below one is actually the iOS specific project. I will show you shortly in demo. And you can see like you write your all the CocoaPods dependency management in your build.gradle.kts file. But at the same time, you just add this pod Kotlin library. So this is like name of your shared library. And actually all the pods from your Kotlin will go to iOS whenever you compile the project. Unfortunately, we cannot use IntelliJ IDE to run an iOS project, but you will get an iOS project which you can open on Xcode. But Android Studio plugin can allow you to run on iOS device. So there's a plugin for Android Studio. This one you can download. You go to your preferences, then plugins. You can find this Kotlin multi-platform mobile. So it's very useful for building cross-platform apps using Android Studio. So let's go and see some demos. So first of all, I want to show you like, okay, so this is our IntelliJ IDE. So I have this new version 2020.2. There's a community version and there's also a version for students which you can get free license if you have a school email. So for example, let's say I'm going to the new project wizard. And you see, I select Kotlin from here. I can have Java application and a lot of other stuff. And you see there's a multi-platform, right? So over multi-platform, I can click on mobile application or mobile library. So mobile library is just, I'm creating some library. It's not actually with UI and every stuff. I can have this mobile library. For example, Ktor is a mobile library which like later you want to develop some multi-platform SDKs for your customers. This is a mobile application. So let me just create, so this one is just a shared, you can name it anything you want. And you see the iOS target is x64 by default. X64 is your simulator. You can change it to be a device also. Yeah. And go back. So I think I'll write it some name. Yeah. DevFest demo. So I'll write in DevFest demo and I'll just start it. Okay. So this will actually create a new project. So yeah, meanwhile it's building. I can show you the structure of this project. So you have this project build.gradle. I think for Android developers, you guys are familiar with build.gradle. Only difference is that here it's using KTS. So it's using Kotlin for Gradle files. So this is one improvement. So it means like it's more like Kotlin for Gradle scripting. So this is very familiar. You have JCenter, Google, Maven Central. It's for any Android project at the same time. Then you have a version. Okay. So one interesting thing is like you see there is Android app, there's an iOS app. At the same time, there is a shared library. So this shared library is very interesting. Here you will have all the shared code between both the platforms. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you another Gradle file. So this Gradle file is for shared. Yeah, this is for the shared. Okay, so here actually we do all the dependency management and defining our platform. So actually this project wizard creates this kind of settings for you automatically before actually in 1.4 Kotlin and this new IntelliJ IDE, you have to do this manually. So it was very troublesome. And let's focus on some of the things. So here we have plugins, Kotlin multi-platform, and any plugin we want to use here, we have to add some serialization or Cocoa spots. Then I have my Android repositories here. Then here is the Kotlin one main. Here I have the Android platform. So I have this Android target. Then I have an iOS target. So this iOS target is for simulator only for now. And here you have the common main, which I told you before. Here you can have its dependencies only for common main. Right now you can see some dependencies for common test. And then we have Android main. So Android main dependency is KTX. So it means you can use KTX in this project. And right now there's no dependencies for iOS main. But if there are some Kotlin libraries available for iOS, then we can actually include those dependencies here. And then I have more like Android config here for project, version code, minimum SDK, and those other kind of things. Actually, I can do. And then I have, yeah, a lot of other stuff. This is for iOS specifically. So one good thing is like I can use this to actually run Android. So I can run on simulator or I can run on device. But for iOS, actually, I will show you how it's going to work. Yeah. So basically, this is just a sample app. So let me go in my folder and show you like where is this project. So actually, yeah, this project is here. Yeah, actually, the emulator is making my computer very slow. Okay, so I have this DevFest demo, right? So here you can see iOS app, and I will try to open this iOS project. Fortunately, I'm using MacBook, but I know like many of you will be using Windows. So, I mean, this is like something we cannot do anything about. You will still need a MacBook to run an iOS app. Even you are building Flutter or any other like React Native or something, you still need a MacBook to run an iOS code. Okay, so this is my project, which is created by actually a default project. So this I see is actually using Swift UI, which is pretty interesting. The default project and everything. And this project actually sits inside here, iOS app. So any changes you make both ways, it will be automatically refreshed. So this is another interesting thing. So just now I run my iOS app. You can see hello world. Okay. And then I'm going to, I'm also running okay, I'm also running my iOS app. So let's just wait for it to run. Yeah, meanwhile, I can show you the structure. So we have a kind of common main here, where common logic goes. Then we have iOS main, where all the iOS specific logic goes. Then we have iOS with Android. So yeah, actually there is no Android right now here, but actually we can create an Android main also at the same time. So yeah, let's see if the code is running. Okay, I'll try to run the code. Yeah. Then I will show you one example to write code for both Android and iOS, and we are going to test this. So this is iOS simulator. Okay, it's taking some time. So this is a Swift UI thing. It's pretty much like Jetpack Compose. So you can see like it's already showing the preview here, but it's taking some time to show here. We can wait a bit. Yeah, so you see Hello World. So you can see like I have both Android and iOS apps running side by side using one project. So this is very exciting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a project I wrote before. Let me try to open. I think this one, yeah. So here, actually, what's going to happen is I show you some of the code I wrote. I have a common name, okay? So in common name, I have this greeting class. Basically, I want to show you what version like this device is using, okay? So I just write like platform.platform.reverse. So it's actually reversing string. So it's Kotlin. So this is pure Kotlin. Yeah, okay. And I have this also pure Kotlin. Okay. So here, note this word expect. So this expect is actually expecting actual implementation for all the targets you have. You can have iOS one target, only simulator. You can have iOS both device target and simulator target, because sometimes like some of the libraries or frameworks are only available for devices. Like for example, some beauty filters or OpenCV or something. Sometimes they are also available for your simulators. So you can have different logic for both. And if we go inside the iOS, we have to write actual implementation. Okay. So basically, this actual implementation is platform specific. Here I'm fetching the current device name, system name, and system version. So this is very interesting, right? So I do platform.uikit.ui device import, and I can get this version. And for Android, I want to show you here. Android is pretty much also very straightforward. It's called android.os.build version and SDK. So yeah, so let's try to run this app and see. You guys can guess the version. I have 5 minutes remaining. I will try to wrap up very quickly and show you more examples and more ways to learn this, yeah, on your own. Yeah, because last 3 days actually there was last 4 days there was Kotlin 1.4 event online. Yeah, meanwhile it's building, right? I can show you. So this is Kotlin 1.4 event, and there are many interesting talks. Especially every day is like different theme. So if you want to learn about Kotlin multi-platform, I recommend you guys watch day 3 videos. There's an interesting talk, very introductory talk about it's time for Kotlin multi-platform mobile. Then there is Kotlin JS talk. At the same time, there is diving into Kotlin multi-platform. Okay. So these are very, and then I have, then day 4 is actually Kotlin for server side. So if you are curious what's new things over there, so I highly recommend you guys to go and watch this. So let's see my demo. Okay, so can you guys guess this one? You can write in chat on YouTube and later tell me what's this Android version. Okay, so this is a simulator actually. Okay, So for iOS also, I have the, I can try to run for you. Sorry, I can try to Kotlin multi-platform. Okay, I'll try to run for you guys. Not this one. This one. Here's a iOS app. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So here also, if I try to run the same simulator, so you see one thing to note is like import shared. So any code written in Kotlin, if you want to write in call in the Swift, you have to import this shared library. So basically, yeah. So iOS, whatever, you can write in comments. What is this? Okay. Yeah. So okay. So let me show you one more advanced project. Actually, it's using CocoaSpot. So actually, I built this project to save time already. And here is my project. So basically, this project is called, no, I think this one is another project. It's called DevFest Mobile. Okay. So basically, I have set up CocoaSpot here in the iOS. So you see, I added this native.cocoapods. Then I have my CocoaPods here. Okay. Uh, yeah, so then I can use these CocoaPods libraries inside here in iOS. But actually, if I don't want to, like, I want to manage only one pod file for both Android and both iOS project and Kotlin project, multi-platform project. So for that, I can show you some example. Yeah, wait. So let me see if I have something committed here. Okay, just will just remove so I can switch to that branch. Okay, so then I will just switch to demo one. Okay, so hopefully, yeah, so my project is updating. Now I added this pod file here. So basically what's happening is like this iOS pod file is actually being used here. Any dependencies, Alamofire or ST image web will be actually become available in iOS project. So I can show you like where is it. So I go to iOS projects. I can make it bigger for you. So see, so you can see like if I do like pods, right? You can see Alamofire and ST web images included. And if I want to show you like what is the pod file look like, so this is the pod file for iOS. Okay. So here you see that I didn't add any dependencies. I'm actually managing through my like iOS. Okay. Okay. Hey Google, stop. Sorry, my timer was. So I'm just asking my timer to stop. Okay, so I can just add this pod shared here. So basically all the dependencies from Kotlin will come to iOS. So this is very useful. You can just use Kotlin project to manage all the dependencies and everything. At the same time, there's some documentation I will share with you guys later. So if you want to use like those CocoaPod library in your Kotlin code, you can use something like import CocoaPods.af networking Alamo file, yeah, and then you can build and compile. That will be available in your iOS project. And one thing to notice is like your iOS project is actually a workspace, so it do the pod install and everything for you. But if you are creating only pods in here, then you have to do pod install manually. Yeah. So yeah, so I think that's pretty much here. And then I want to share like one more advanced example. Actually, I will share this link. So this is a very comprehensive example just released 2 or 3 days ago. It's about building a multi-platform project with networking and data storage. So you guys can take a look at it, can download the code. It's using Android Studio. So because of time limitation, I don't want to like go into this, but actually you can check this code out and create both Android and iOS. So moving forward for my presentation, I just want you to go through a simple quiz. Okay, so open this link uh, on your browser so that you can try to fill up this uh, survey or more like a quiz to revise your knowledge. Okay, I will leave it here for 30 seconds more. Yeah, sorry. And then I will copy it for you guys. Open a new tab. Open here for you guys. Okay, so I just write just write my like email. Okay, so I just select. Okay, so here let's see your knowledge. How is your knowledge? So what is KML? Can you guys know? Let me know what is the answer. Okay, so you guys can try. I don't want to like bother you, like give you answers. So what is KMM? What architecture layers of typical mobile applications are best suited for sharing KMM? This is the second question. Third one is dependency on multiplatform. User also says, how would you declare it? Okay, this one is also a useful question. And then last one is also, if you declare suspending functions, how we use it in Swift. This also I showed you in my slides. And what features does the new KMM plugin for Android Studio provide? Okay, so try it out, please, and submit it. Then you'll win a chance to get some prize from JetBrains. Okay, yeah. So for me, like next up is resources. I will share these slides with you guys. There are plenty of multi-platform resources, GitHub repositories, and other stuff which you can take a look later. Having that, like said that, I'll finish my presentation and open for any question and answers. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hi, Hassan.
Hello. Hi.
Thank you so much for that very insightful and introducing the new version or updates for Kotlin. And now,
Yeah.
for the Q&A question, for the first one, what new features that haven't been implemented yet are you looking forward to?
I think it's more of what I feel like for many people, right? So far, the UI is one of the major challenge, right? So like that's why React Native or Flutter is like you actually writing UI one time, but actually Kotlin multi-platform still didn't solve that problem. So maybe in future we will have a common framework to write native UI, not like React Native or Flutter is different kind of UI, but actually you want to write some native UI like Jetpack Compose or Swift UI. Basically, you have this interface on top of it. Internally, it's using Jetpack Compose for Android and Swift UI for iOS. So this is one thing I want to see in Kotlin multi-platform mobile, but I see like right now it's in alpha. One thing I forgot to mention, but it's open for experimentation, and also actually there are some production apps from some companies around the world. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the next one, would you recommend Kotlin for beginners?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, I mean, Kotlin is becoming very popular, and if you are looking for a career in Android, it's a must. Okay. But actually, Kotlin is not only for Android now. I showed you like you can write an iOS app using Kotlin. Then you can write JavaScript, your web application using Kotlin. At the same time, you can write server side. So it's a multi-platform language. That's why I would recommend you to learn it. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure there are also beginners who wants to learn too. And do we still have? Okay. Would you suggest programmers that have basic Java knowledge to make the switch to Kotlin now?
I think it's already too late if you haven't made the switch. So please start learning Kotlin. But I think you will not find any difficulties. It's just like you will find it more interesting and more easy. So this in this talk, actually, I'm not like I didn't show what's the advantages of using Kotlin actually, because I'm just trying to tell you what's new in Kotlin. But this that can be another talk comparing Java and Kotlin. But I think at this time you will find more help, more support from community in Kotlin. If you're trying to find a Java specific answer or something, maybe you will find 2 3 years old answers, but Kotlin ones will be more newer ones. Yeah, and if you find some problem, feel free to report a bug. There are many people who will fix it very soon.
Okay. I think we still have 3 minutes. Okay,
Mhm.
how difficult is it to migrate a Java app to Kotlin? Will it require factoring the whole code base to use?
So Android Studio basically provides you a tool to actually convert your Java application to Kotlin. There's like plugin, but actually you don't need to migrate your existing code. When you are just creating a new class or a new activity, just choose Kotlin for it. And
Mhm.
anything written in Java can work very well in Kotlin, so they are compatible with each other. Anything written in Kotlin can be called in Java. So just for use for new features. So that's the beauty of Kotlin. It's a bit different for iOS. Objective C to Swift is a big change, but for Android, it's not big change. Yeah, they work well with each other.
Okay, so that's good news, especially for those Java developers, right? So,
Yeah.
okay, for Kotlin, do I need to use some ORM or framework to connect to an SQL database?
Yeah. So actually, I told you Ktor library. It's a new library written from JetBrains, in active development. Basically, this is kind of ORM kind of thing for you. So they use SQLite. Yeah, yeah. And basically, you don't need to care about which iOS platform or Android platform. They handle for you. So do check out Ktor library, and there will be many talks about it. I think in Kotlin 1.4, there's a specific session about Ktor. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, so I think that's it for last question. Thank you so much, Mr. Hassan, again for
Yeah.
sharing your time giving talks to this
Yeah.
event.
Yeah. No
And
problem. No problem.
yeah, if you guys want to connect for Mr. Hassan, just ping us on Slack, and yeah, we will reach out. We can collaborate to reach out with Mr. Hassan.
Okay. Yeah.
Um, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, I hope you guys enjoy the talk with Mr. Hassan. And for those who are into mobile development, or for those who are interested to get into mobile development, I hope that Kotlin 1.4 will help you and with your project. So now we're gonna have a quick talk. He is a CEO and founder of Senti AI, Google developer expert for machine learning, and a former community lead of GDG Philippines. It's gonna be talking about the AI, or introducing about the AI Filipinas. Please help me welcome Mr. Ralph Vincent Regalado.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here and to probably have a just quick introduction to what we do. So as mentioned by Stella, I'm Ralph. I'm one of the Google developer experts for machine learning, and I'm here today to share one of the initiatives that we have together with Google developers. So starting today, we are launching an event or initiative called TensorFlow Project Showcase. So if you're not familiar yet, so, I'm managing a community group called AI Filipinas, and majority of the talks there and workshop that we did for the community is rated and targeted for artificial intelligence. So if you are keen on learning machine learning, AI, and what are the tools that would enable you to build applications on those fields, feel free to join us there. So as our push to help educate Filipinos to learn more about machine learning and explore the possibilities of machine learning. So we're actually pushing this initiative called TensorFlow Project Showcase, which is supported by Google developers. So this initiative really aims to encourage everyone. You could be a student, you can be a professional developer, or if you're a newbie to artificial intelligence, to explore the world of machine learning by building applications, maybe a web or mobile, using TensorFlow. So we have scheduled workshops. So on the following month, so starting next week, we have workshops on how to build your first neural network. We're going to also cover image and text classification, and how do you publish your application on web and mobile to enable the participants to learn about TensorFlow and for them to conceptualize, build their application. So if you have existing applications, you can submit that. If you don't have any applications yet, feel free to join us on those events. And we have trainers across the globe who will be helping you and sharing their knowledge to the community itself to build TensorFlow. And we hope to see you there. Just visit our website, aifilipinas.org, to know more. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, GDG, for the opportunity to share our activity.
Hi, Sir Ralph. Hello.
Hey.
Thank you for thank you for gracing our event. Thanks for sharing that upcoming event of AI Filipina. So just a quick just some quick questions about it. Okay, so just to confirm, it's open for everyone and it's for free.
Yes, it is for free. So all of the events are for free. And even if you have already built or created our project on TensorFlow, you can submit that. So I think our main purpose is to showcase any interesting creative projects that you guys have been doing to like show what's the capabilities of machine learning.
Awesome. So thanks for confirming that one. And just to one last question, just to go away from the technical details of the event. Let me just ask and please share to our attendees what inspired you to have an initiative like this one.
Yeah, so I'm so proud. I work with you, so I'm one of the oldies. So and building the GDG community. But after I was nominated to become a Google developer expert for machine learning, so it relatively opened an opportunities to relatively build a community for that space. And we know that AI and machine learning is continuously growing and evolving, and we need to catch up as a community, right? And I'm very happy that opportunities such as this and opportunities to collaborate with developer different communities enabled us to like continuously push learning on different Filipinos and different cities and different provinces here in the country.
All right, awesome answer. So thanks for that, Sir Ralph. It will never stop. Okay, it's a continuous collaboration, continuous growth. So again, all the best to AI Filipinas, and we look forward to that event as well. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations to you guys as well.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys have eaten your snacks, drink your coffee, but of course, don't forget to drink your water and stay hydrated. Okay, for now, I'm gonna be introducing to you our next speaker. He's gonna be talking about building your performant web app using Fastify and Lit element running on Firebase, hosting, and Cloud Run. So he is a researcher who focuses on human-computer interaction field, working on research in pedagogy and technology and interactive platform and learning. He volunteers his time and expertise to various organizations such as Google Developer Group Philippines, User Experience Philippines, Philippine Web Designers Organization, and ACM Special Interest Group on Computer-Human Interaction. He loves to experiment with creating smaller sized offline-ready web apps using web components. His love for performance as part of design makes him love his mission to help others do performance-ready web apps and bake into them performance-ready patterns into their design toolset. He is also an assistant professor at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. So everyone, let me introduce to you our next speaker, Mr. Tony John Keith Montserrat.
Hi guys, it's nice to be here. As you can see, the pandemic has done to me. I'm long hair now, just like Kurt. I saw Kurt doing a strong arm in the comments. Again, I will be talking about building your performant web app using Fastify and Lit Element, which is going to be deployed on Firebase hosting and Cloud Run. Actually, this is a pet project of mine, and well, let's get started. So I think we should see. Tada! Thanks, guys. On the tech side, um, so I'll be talking about this. And if you want to have a copy of this slides, you can go to this link, which is bit.ly frontend experiment 2020. Yes, chubby chicks. I'm seeing your comments. So the pandemic has made me fat. Anyway, so let's start building. Um, so just a quick so that you can have a takeaway on what I'll be doing is it's actually what I want to do is to create a blog that allows us to log in, create, read, and edit blog items, both front end and back end. And we're going to use Fastify for back end, Firestore for the database, and Lit Element for the front end. So given that, the goals is to make it small and performant, and then putting the fetching of the data to worker threads rather than the UI thread. So we will talk about it later on why I did that. The architecture of this build would be like this. You have your backend cloud, which is running on Cloud Run, which gets the data from the Firestore. And then you'll have your front end, which is separated into three parts. You have your lit element, which runs on the main thread or the UI thread. You have your worker threads or worker JS that is running on the worker thread. I don't know why there's a lot of text running now. And then the service worker. Okay. So it's experiment time. So this is actually an experiment of mine, wanting to write a front end running on lit element. What the hell? Anyway, there's a lot of text coming into my end. I don't know if you can hear it. But anyway, so let's start with the experiment. So when I did this, I created a generator for me to create quick boilerplate codes, which is I'm using Yo for this one, and then I created my own generator project template. And for this, we will start on the back end, which is if I do this commands, it will show up this setup where, okay, welcome to TJ Monsi's project template. What is the name of the project, the summary of the description of the project. Should turn this off. Wait, one. My friends at Senti is uh, showing a lot of. Anyway, so this is going to show up, and this is the setup of our project as of the moment. So you'll have your backend. It will have folders such as Docs, Hugo, which is going. It's something that I built for creating pages in GitLab, and then you have your SRC. Um, you have your SRC, your test types, and all of those files that are needed for me to create the project. After that, for quick setup, I created already a sample user model, which has all the CRUD elements here there, which is create, read, update, and delete. What I did is to copy it and rename it as a blog folder. So as you can see, this is the, I should use a pointer. I just copied this whole thing and then put it as blog, and then deleted some of those things like put and delete. So I just retained put one and delete one. Now for that, the index of blog allows me to add this to determine what would be the URL of the blog items. So this is sort of an already built-in framework that I did for Fastify. So Fastify is already a framework. And then for this one, to allow me to create a simple or repeatable step of creating CRUD or URLs, I can just do this, where if the URL is /blog, it will use the get and post of these folders. And then if I want to get, update, and delete one blog item, I'll just have to determine that this is the URL, and these are the functions that options that I need to, or configurations that I need to set up. Now to really add it on the API list, I need to get that blog, which is the one that we have edited before, and then export it as part of the API. Once it's exported, I'll just run npm start, then go to localhost 8080/docs, and it creates a Swagger or Open API documentation of your build. So this is something that I did with the boilerplate code for Fastify, where once you do those things, it creates these documentations that you can you can use in essence. The thing is, what I really like about this is that I don't need Postman. I don't need to install Postman already, because if I click on this later, which I will show later on, you can already do the testing, manual testing of your URLs here. So after that, let's add a schema. So a schema is used to determine what would be the body and the response of your, what would be the structure of the body and the response. So for this one, because we are following Fastify, if you look at Fastify documentations, later on, you will see that it needs a description, a tag, a summary of that, and then the body, what it is expecting in the post here. So let's, for this one, we're uh, creating a schema for the post or creating a blog post. So we have a type object and then the description of that body. What would be the required of the payload itself? So we require title, summary, text, and then properties, title, summary, and text. So these are the properties of that body. And then for the response, you have, if it returns a status code 200, you have a type object which has a property of a success, which is a type boolean. You have another property which is data, which is a type object, and these are the properties, or yeah, these are the data attributes that you can see on that response. The thing is, because it doesn't sort of fit in this screen. So what I did is it should look like this. It's actually in the same line. The responses should be at the same indentation as body, summary, tags, and description. Now, having done that, it would show up like this. So this is the body that we have determined, and these are the title, summary, text, as well as the responses. The response, which is 200. If we try to look at it on the code itself, if I can show you that one, it should probably look like this. So, okay, I will refresh this one, and it should show up like this. We will determine, oh, not the get one, but the post. So we will see here the complete documentation. Of course, there are other things we didn't, as you can see, we didn't determine what should be 400, 401, 403, 404, but this is part of the framework or the boilerplate code that I did. So something that makes it easier for me to just put it there and then forget about it because it's already part of the system. So going back to our slides, we already have this. And now let's add a database. So for me, I just used Firestore for this one. I'll need to create a service account key from a Google project that I used, and then put it as dev.json. And then from there, you'll have your, I added in the utils folder in SRC a folder called Firestore and an index to be able to instantiate the Firestore variable, and also get the field value, which we'll be using later on. Now, after that, we'll create a handler, which is going back to the post. We now determine the handler. This will be part of the code. As you can see, I'm exporting a handler function that will be used by the index, which we will show later on, where it takes in the request and the response. Then from here on out, I'm just getting the body. I don't need to check if there's a title, text, or summary because that is already taken care of by the schema. If it doesn't show up, it will not go to the handler. It will say, okay, you forgot to have a title. And then after that, once I get that one, I have a title, put it on Firestore, which is, I'm saving the title, text, summary. For now, owner is string UID, but we will put in a way to save the owner's or the user's ID here. And then the field value as determined by Firestore to be able to set that the creation time is when it is being saved in Firestore. I use the field value dot server timestamp. So that means it will show up as at the time it has created that document. Now, then I get the data from here. It's not really sort of one of the best ways, but for now, it's once it has been saved, you get the data um, from here on out. So should be snapshot. But after that, if there's data, we return the object to our requester. So return if there's no object or there's no data, there's something wrong and it wasn't safe in essence. So once I did that, there should be a try out here. If you click on it, it will show up here, and then you can change the value of this JSON string. Yep, and then you click on execute. Once you click on execute, it will show up a response where it will show up that this is a success. There's the data and all of the elements that are put in here, which we have again determined in our schema that this will be what it will look like. So given that, let's now create the get paths. From here on out, so from here out, we just copy the schema of the response for 200 for getting one blog. And then there's the params, which is type object properties, which is ID and string. And then again, we determine, we set up the handler. Kaya ko ba? You're going somewhere? Okay. So before that, there's a little bit of say hello to my youngest daughter. Tada! Okay. Anyway. So you're on camera. Anyway, yeah, I'm also babysitting. Anyway, so going back, you have your Firestore. This is how you code. And not this is how you code. And then you get your params ID. You get the ID of from the params, and then get it from the collection, and then get the data again, return the same thing, and if it doesn't show up, data was not saved, or supposed to be data is not found. So that's why it's 404. Then for getting all the blogs, I'm using query as of instead of params, and then I'm setting up limit, previous ID, and next ID. And then instead of a different response, which is 200, yes, do you understand? Okay. The data is now a type of an array, and the items is a type of object which has the same properties, except for text, because we're just getting the summary from each of it. Now for handler, because we have determined that the query is what we need, we get the query, get the properties of that query, which is limit, next ID, and previous ID, get the collection reference from here, which we order by date created descending with a limit. So the limit here, if we didn't provide the limit, the items that we only get is 2. We can change it later on the code, but we can also use the query parameters to determine how many objects should we return. Now for this one, if there's a next ID, we get what is after our query reference. If it's previous ID, we get what is previously from an array later on, so which will show later on. Now we get the snapshot of that query, create an array of data, and then because we don't want to get the text itself, we just only need the title, summary, and everything else except the text. Instead of putting the snapshot docs here to data immediately, we have to do this and push the array or push the data on the array. And then after that, we return the data with success true. And to, oh, okay. Say goodbye, anak. Bye-bye. So let's have a example. Now for this one, for getting the ID, so it's blog ID. Well, the description is different because I I didn't set it correctly, but so ID is of the text. So I got the ID of the previous one that we have created. If I click on execute, it will show up the same body. As you can see, how the good thing about this one as well is that you can copy this one and put it on your terminal, and it would work as long as you have curl, or if you want to use the URL on how you would call it. If you want to test it out on Postman, you can do so as well. Now for the next one, if you want to get all the blogs, as you can see, there's the limit. If I didn't put anything, it will show up 2 items only. The one is the 8y6, which we created just before or just now. And then all the other items on here. As you can see, the date created and date updated are in UTC timestamp, in milliseconds. So if I add 5, it will show up 5. Well, of course, this is just 3 because there's a scroll bar, but it's actually 5. And you can see here the request URL has a query parameter limit equals 5. If I add like limit equals 2 and the next ID is EasyC6C, which is actually this one, the second item, it should show AD4G and the next one after that. So if we do that and execute, it will show up AD4G and L6RL, which is actually what we can see here. This is after. After this, it shows up this one. Now, if we do the previous ID, we use that as previous ID, it will show up 8y6f, which is actually this item here. So as you can see, we have created already a pagination on the on our get, which is easy enough. So now let's create update. Now for update, again, this is just the same as the post, except that we didn't put in the required items, which is the title, summary, and text for now, because sometimes you just need to update only the title or only the text. But so this is the setup. And for handling, we get the parameters and get the ID from the parameters. We get the body and get the parameters that we want to edit in the body. And then from there, here on out, we update the date updated. And if there's a text, we also update the title. If there's a title, we update the title. If there's a text, we update the text. If there's a summary, we update the summary. And then we use that. Okay, this is some code that I should have removed. But from here on out, we just update the data using the update command or update method in Firestore, and then return the data here. So once we add this, we use the ID here and then the title, summary, text. We get the title owner. We get the title, the summary, and the text to be new already. So now of course, you will be asking, how about security? How about, let's say, having all of those edits and the creation of the blogs be behind a secured system? We will go first to front end, so that we will be able to understand it more, how I created this process. So let's create the front end. From here on out, we created a front end folder, and then again I click on the front end template instead of the Cloud Run JS backend template, and this is how it will show up with its own set of folders. Now let's create routes. So I've created my own router because there's no routing mechanism on web components, especially when using lit element. So I created my own router, and before doing that, what I did is, from page home, I copied it 4 times, I think. Yeah, 4 times, and created like page edit blog, page login, page logout, page view blog. And it will always have this index.js, route.js, style.component CSS, and template.js. And then for each of the routes, it has the name of the component of the same name as the folder, and the loader would be just this one, which is going to be uh, compiled by Webpack to make it lazy loading, to create lazy loading for that page. And then for each of the pages, I created a lit page, which has the default properties that would be needed to get the parameters, query objects. Oops, there's a mosquito. And then extend it from page. So lit page extends from lit element, and then I just use it to create the page. And each now, after I created the templates for the pages, which we will show later, this is how I set up the routing mechanism, where I used my own, which is, you can install it on your setup. tjmonsi lit dash router. We create the set routers and add routing change error handler. What this means is, if there's like an error, you can add something here, like if it doesn't load a particular page, it will show up uh, an error, and you can process it, like show up a small box that will show up, okay, there's an error, we cannot load that page. Now for setting out routes, it's the same as what we did on Fastify, where we set up only like the URLs, as you can see here, and what would be the routing mechanisms that would be how do I say this? What would be the routing configurations that we have set up? So, like for this page home, it will call this, and um, the router that I did will automatically lazy load the page and load the page on the system. So again, it's more of a tool that I built for my own sake, and I'm just sharing it out so that it can be tested, and if you guys have problems, then we can fix it. Now, the thing is, now let's show the blogs. Now, for this one, I'm going to create a I should have, yeah. So this one first. So we go back to page home, and then I imported a blog list loader and blog list component. So for this setup, this would be this would be the template, where the blog list loader wraps around the blog list component. So the idea here is, I want to have a loader that allows me to load the blog list, and then I separated the list component so that I can reuse both. In essence, if I want to use the blog list loader to be able to show all the blog titles only, I can use a different blog. I can use a different component inside here and still be able to use what I did for the blog list loader. And if I want to have if I want to use blog list component on a different set of data that is different from the blog list loader, then I could use this on a different wrapper. So in essence, this is what my philosophy is about, to separate the loading mechanism, which can be reused, as well as the viewing mechanism, which can also be reused. So again, because page home extends the lit page, I can get the query object, which comes from the URL. And then if there's a next ID and previous ID, it will change the blog list loader mechanism. So now to determine the blog list, I should have checked. So for the blog list loader, this is the setup that we have. I determined or instantiated that the variables that we should watch if it updates depending on if and would move around. In essence, if it updates, it should trigger something inside the element is next ID and previous ID using decorators that is coming from lit element, which is if I use the property decorator, it makes next ID and previous ID something that can be tracked. And then after that, I load the data from the connected callback, and then updated is part of lit element. So if anything of the properties that we are tracking has changed, we can in essence do something here. So like for this mechanism, if the key or the property is next ID, or the property that has changed is next ID, we call the load data with the next ID involved. And on load data, if previous ID, we do this call. Now for load data, I'm getting the next ID and previous ID, and using that to create the URL to call the backend, which is worker.fetch URL. If data success and there's a number of items in the data, I just call all the child nodes inside the blog list loader and put the data in there, regardless if it's if it's not working, but if it's getting the data or not. Now for the blog list component, you'll have this one, which is I'm tracking the data, next ID and previous ID. And if it has updated, it loads the data. And then from the load data, I just set the previous ID to be the first item of the data array, and then the last item is the next ID. So for the blog list component, the template of it is this one, which is I'm getting the data, next ID and previous ID, and then using the blog summary component, which is another component that we will discuss after this. I'm using the repeat, which is part of the directives of lit element, to allow me to repeat on the array and use this template inside it, which we'll call the blog summary component. Now, again, I added additional buttons here, or anchors, which if there's a previous ID, it will show an anchor that would click on previous ID and next ID on this one. Then there's a style component to allow me to have a margin. And then for the blog summary component, it's just a simple component that we track the data object here. And for that, I need to go back because I messed up the slides. So this is the template for the blog summary component, which I'm just showing the H1, which has an anchor to the blog itself. And I'm using unsafe HTML because I'm using mark, which is returning an HTML and then summary. We have to sanitize it, but um, for this example, I didn't sanitize it, which is a bad practice. Anyway, so going back, it will look like okay, it will look like this. You have your H1 here, new item, and then there's the previews and next. We'll have a sample demo later on, but for now, let's add an additional module, which is a login. So for this one, the login is I'm setting out this template. So this is the template, which just a simple button which gets the login function. So the page itself has a property user and user initialized, and I'm using the worker to get the user from the worker thread. So this is where I'm separating now the UI from the worker. So although even if getting the information from the JavaScript will run really fast on the main thread when it's getting the user using Firebase. So I'm using Firebase authentication for this one, which is part of the auth. I put it on the worker thread so that I want to practice that kind of all of the things that are only in the UI should be in UI, and only in the things that should be part of the not part of the UI should be on the worker thread. So again, what I'm doing here is if it calls login, it will get the Firebase login library that I made here, and just actually call the login from there. And then if it works, it changes the URL back to the home page. If there is already a user, it automatically changes the URL to the home page. Now I added a header component on here where it also gets the user and updates. So you'll subscribe the user, and if there's a user, I save it here. And in essence, in the template, so there's the web app. If there is a user, it will show the create and log out links. If there's no user, it will show up login. And if the user hasn't been initialized, it will not show any of these things. So to show it in real time, so if you can see, there's no login, and then there's create and log out. Now if I log out, so again, it can load, should be able to load. Okay, my internet is low. I will not name the ISP that I have. There you go. Now, if I click on login and I click here, it will show up this one, and it will say that network request failed, as you can see in this lower right. So let's try it again. There you go. So now it has sort of login. And again, as we have said on our last part, which is if it works or if the login works, it will change the URL. So, so that is how it works. So now I only have a few minutes left. So I'm going to add security on the back end, where I added a few more functions like the ability to initialize the Firebase admin for getting the URL, and then from the admin itself, and then using a pre-auth handler, I did a setup where I'm getting the bearer token from the header and verify it using admin. And then after that, I edited the schema for put one and post to have a pre-handler to use that. And this allows me to get the user from the body and then, let's say, set the user ID from here. So I'm just going to show you a little bit of what I did because I'm running out of time in essence. So if I click on create, so this is how it works out. This is the title, this is a summary, and this is the content. Actually, this is something that you can use. So you can create markdown. Content is here. Hello there. I don't know what I am doing. And so if I save it, so we can look at the network, and on the blog, if I make it bigger, you'll see that it calls the blog itself, which is a post, and it has now an authorization here. And the request payload would look like this, and the response would look like this. So if I click on see blog, it will show up like this one. Now, if I try that post again, if I try that post without 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 any headers, I execute it, it will say that success false, auth forbidden, the server understood the request but is refusing to fulfill it. But if I use the same bearer key, so if I go copy this out, and I paste it here, authorize, close, and then I did it again, execute, it will show that it is now, we are now logged in and we are able to do it in essence. So there's a lot more that I wasn't able to tackle, which is the ability to add or edit, which is part of the system. But because we are out of time, wait one, I'm just going to go straight to the last part, which is the build and deploy. So the idea here is that for building, what I need to do is I just need to npm run build. So I'm just going to build because it's already part of the system how to build it. And once it has been built, well, it might take time to build it. So when it has been built, you just use Firebase deploy only hosting, and it will deploy the system to the Firebase hosting. Now for backend, what I just need to do is clear this and npm run deploy, and it automatically runs the building of the Docker image and deploy on Cloud Run. So again, you can use this as your template. Now for the results are sort of on the desktop side, or yeah, on the desktop side it is good, but on the mobile side the performance is 66. So I'm still experimenting on how to make it a little bit more faster. I have a really large contentful paint on this one. It took me 7 seconds, which is a bit weird because when I'm testing it out, it's fast. So um, when it comes to desktop, I have 18 kilobytes of the HTML itself, which has the core JavaScript. And then it loads all of these modules, which is around in total with the data, which is these two. The total would be 93.9 kilobytes, which is small. Now, if we are using slow 3G as the network, um, it took us around 5 seconds to load it. So I'm still working out ways to make it smaller and then putting it on the builder itself, or on the template itself. Now, what I've learned from this setup is that tooling is something that we should use, of course. So even if you're using your own framework, or frameworks that are really popular like React or Vue or Angular, having the ability to have at least your own tool to configure it is something that allows you to build patterns that are making it performant. So if you're using a generalized tooling, it's best to understand how the tooling works, and then when you have time, create your own so that you can create really, really cool apps that are performant, because you can build your performant patterns into that tooling itself. And then the other thing that I want to show is that I go for smaller libraries. So the thing with Fastify is that in terms of benchmarks, Fastify is faster than Express, and it's really good for API setups. What I've learned though is that it's not yet really good when it comes to streaming APIs, like if you're using WebSockets. So Express is still good for that. Now, for again Fastify, um, it's in the name. It's fast. So there you go. Now for lit element, it's small. I think it's something that we should really work on when it comes to creating not only small web components that you can publish to the public, but also creating websites out of it, because it's really cool. Um, Now, where can you find all of these things? So if you have access to this slides, you can also have access to this. So you can find the latest experiment on these URLs. I also created a playlist on how to create a um, Fastify backend from scratch, which I'm actually using for my class. I'm also going to create a playlist for creating the front end from scratch. So wait for it, I guess, in that. So for that, thank you very much for this opportunity to share what I've learned. If you want, you can subscribe to my channel, Nux. That's already part of that playlist. I'm using my own channel for that, which is TJ Learns to Code. Again, thanks, and I'm open for questions.
Hi, Sir TJ. Hi.
Tada!
Nice to see you again. So that's some great
Yes.
stuff that you delivered, right? So thank you. So we have questions here. First one is it possible to implement a GraphQL API using Fastify? And if so, how easy is it compared to creating a REST API?
Oh, for that one, actually, I haven't really tested it out. Because when GraphQL API was sort of getting ground, I was switching from Firebase and Firestore, which is I can without having a backend. I was using Firestore to save and retrieve data. So I didn't have time to like work on it using GraphQL, especially when it came to my work. I can try to find it for you on how to use GraphQL and Fastify, and then yeah, get back to you on it, I guess, and maybe create a video out of it.
So subscribe to TJ Learns to Code. Okay, next question here. How does Fastify handle caching?
Another thing I didn't sort of try to investigate on caching, but if you are going, it really depends on what you mean by caching. Do you mean by caching on like if it whatever it returns, it has some form of headers that will determine the caching. If you want to, then you can just set the headers on the reply. You can use libraries. I think you can use Express like modules on Fastify to be able to determine a global caching mechanism. So I haven't investigated on it because usually when we use Fastify at Senti, um, all of the data is actually uh, get stale after call. So yeah, we haven't investigated. Again, I can get back to you on it.
Okay, thank you. So next question, please. Will the repository for the blog be available? Thank
Yes, it's available. It's in the slides. I can share it again on the comments list on YouTube. I think I don't know if maybe on Facebook as well. So yeah.
you. All right. So thanks for sharing that. So next one, do you have any tips on how to update service workers and make sure outdated service workers are invalidated?
So for this one, I haven't. It's part of the code in essence. The thing is, um, or I should have put it in the code there because the idea when invalidating service workers is that you'll need to register again your original service worker, and once it has been registered, you can call a sort of a function or your own function that would show a message, um, that you can now reload your web application to load the new application in essence. So if you are using, let's say, Google Keep, and there's an updated version of Google Keep, you can see that there's this little box at the lower left that you can reload your setup. I have that before on my previous builds, but right now it's not yet part of this front end experiment. So I can put it here, and again, you can test it out.
Great. So thank you, Sir TJ, for sharing that and for being our first speaker for our web track. Okay. So just an ambush question. Okay. So do you have any challenge? Do you have any challenge for our attendees or for those who are not yet that into web technologies?
Oh, well, my challenge is, as always, create your own website. Use um anything, even if it's like start from jQuery. Understand the mechanisms behind it because it will be really really useful. And the other thing is, don't stick to one. Don't stick to one framework. Like I'm just going to share a bit of my history. I switched from jQuery to Angular to Meteor JS to React JS, and now I'm in Polymer and then to Lit Element, and I'm still fascinated with all of those things. So I'm going. If my ISP allows me to do a um, streaming, I can do code streamings every now and then. But again, my ISP is they they don't allow me to upgrade my plan. So anyway, but I'm going to, as long as I have time, and of course, with given the pandemic, I'm also taking care of my mental health. So if there's time, I would love to create videos for like creating a this one Fastify and then Express, or um, the fast API for Python. The other things that I want to do is, of course, Vue, go back to React, and all of those things. So go challenge is create your own. If you want, create your own blog out of it, so that you can share what you have learned.
All right. So thanks, Sir TJ. Thank you again for dedicating your time for this event and for sharing your knowledge. You're always imparting your knowledge to the community. Even so, go ahead, please subscribe to Sir TJ's YouTube channel. Hit that notification bell, okay? So thank you, Sir TJ. So before I
Thanks
still have a
again.
few minutes. All right. Thank
Oh,
you. So I still this I think we're all good, Sir TJ. Thank you.
okay. Bye
Thank you.
bye.
All right, so thank you. Before we proceed to the next speaker for our web track, I just want to thank all of our partners here for making this event possible. Of course, this DevFest Philippines 2020 is powered by Google, co-presented by CloudStaff, Stojanovic and Associates, in cooperation with Union Bank. Special thanks to Hacktiv Collab, MVN Photo Studio, supported by the ICT Mindanao Cluster 1, official media partners, Gadgets Magazine, wheninmanila.com, and of course, this is made possible by GDG Manila, GDG Baguio, GDG Cebu, GDG Cagayan de Oro, GDG Zamboanga, and our community partners, Women Tech Makers Manila, Women Tech Makers Zamboanga, Palawan International Technology Business Incubator, Association of Student Technopreneurs and Innovators from FEU Tech, Association for Computing Machinery from FEU Tech Student Chapter, and Sangguniang Kabataan ng Puerto Princesa City. Okay. So thank you again. For those of you who are still with us, thank you so much. So don't forget to confirm your attendance, okay, for a chance to win prizes even on day 2. And let's go ahead and introduce our next speaker for the web track. So our next speaker, he is, oops, sorry. All right, so he is a dynamic software engineer with a drive to create marketable solutions to global businesses, okay? He's also a technical author at Smashing Magazine and Log Rocket. Wow. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and welcome Blessing Crofega for shipping a PWA as an Android app using BabbleWrap.
Hello, everybody. I'm Blessing Crawford, and I'm so excited to be here today. And I'll be talking about, I'm a software engineer and a technical author at Smashing Magazine and Log Rocket. And today I'll be talking about shipping a PWA to an Android app. Thank you. I can't wait to get started already. Yeah, so I forgot to mention that I'm a Nigerian. I'm from Africa. Yeah, so And I'll be talking about shipping a PWA to an Android app, or rather, shipping the PWA as an Android application. All right. So yeah, so I'm Blessing Crawford, technical author at Smashing Magazine. So the first question is this: how does a web app get to the Play Store? Traditionally, when developers wanted to distribute web apps through app stores like Play Store, there was only one option, and that option was Cordova. That's Apache Cordova. But then is a valid option till date, but then the configuration for such was an overkill. As a matter of fact, there were some front-end engineers who just wanted to have a feel of how the 100 app would look, having going to learn Cordova and then come with a built application was so much of a stress, you know. And then there's a new solution for that. Next slide, please. That's where we have a PWA. I suppose I'm talking to numerous web developers, people who are pretty much grounded in web development, or rather still beginners. And you must have heard of something called PWA, that is progressive web apps. Progressive web apps are pretty much they are web applications that have app-like feeling. In other words, you can install them into your mobile phone and then to look as though you are currently using a web application. And they make use of something called service worker to cache digital assets files like they cache files like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So pretty much they work offline because of the enablement of service worker. But then what is TWA? Perhaps you haven't heard that before and you're wondering what TWA means. TWA stands for Trusted Web Activity. So developers can reuse the same PWA, all right, and create an Android application with it. In other words, what I'm saying therefore is that with TWA, Trusted Web Activity, you could create an Android application from that. And how does it work? You package your PWA and then just ship it down to 100 application. That's pretty much very, very, very easy. You know, instead of going the old style or the old-fashioned way of having to write code over and do some little configurations, which is sometimes going to end up with a lot of error and all of that. But if you already have your PWA, there really isn't any need to go learn a new framework or a new language. You can easily ship your PWA to an Android application without so much stress. And that's the work of a TWA. And so that's why I said it's a game changer. Yeah. Like I earlier stated, what is TWA? All right. It's a new way to open your web contents, such as a PWA, a progressive web app, from your Android app. That's it. And so it allows you package your PWA into a standard online container based on a Chrome web browser. So what I'm saying in essence is that from a technical point of view, a TWA is pretty much a browser instance without any GUI, without any graphic interface, all right? And then it works in a verified mode. In other words, it must be trusted. And I will explain what that means later on. So in other words, it's just an application that can be installed in a mobile device. So when you really need to get because trust me, things are really evolving. There are times you really just want to, you build something and then you just want to ship that PWA into another application without having to know what Kotlin means or having to know what that is and all of those very new trending awesome technologies. So with your PWA, it's very possible you get in an Android application for that. And I'll be dealing pretty much on how that works in the next slide. So peradventure, you're asking yourself this big question. Okay, so you've been into Cordova and then you want to know if a TWA is an hybrid framework similar to Cordova. The answer is really no. With Cordova or other hybrid solutions like Ionic and all of that, you're typically shipping your your web resources, that is your HTML, your CSS, your JavaScript, within your APK package. All right. But with trusted web activity, you don't need to package any resources file. From your PWA, all of the files inside of your PWA get shipped into another application without having to package any other thing as Cordova or Ionic would do it. So it's a pretty much easier process as compared to the Ionic platform or the Cordova platform. So therefore, if your user has a session on your website opened, when the user installs the PWA Android application, that session opened in your web browser automatically gets opened in that same mobile application configured via PWA. So what I'm saying in essence is this. Let me give you a breakdown before I go to the next slide. All right, so you pretty much have this PWA, and then you after the end of this slide, you now turn this PWA into an Android application. Now, before then, this PWA is somewhere hosted in maybe like in Netlify or in Google Cloud or somewhere, and then it sure does have a link. And then the user logs in, or rather registers with this, registers inside your web application, and then signs in. The good thing about this PWA being shipped to Android application is this: when he or she signs in with the web application, when you come into your shipped PWA, what happens therefore is that that particular session currently in your PWA, it's still going to be on inside your Android application. So there really isn't any need. So it's a very awesome feature. All right. So in the next slide, I'll be talking about the advantages as well as disadvantages. So can we ship a PWA as another application? That's a question. Yeah, having said all of this, how can we do this? Yeah, so this is Daniel Bryan saying yes, we can actually ship a PWA as an Android application. So there are currently a couple of ways you can ship a PWA to an Android application, but Google currently has what they call a TWA graphical interface. Also, you just go, I think it's called pwabuilder.com. So all you need to do is just upload your PWA and it automatically just beats up for you. That's one part of it. But today we'll be looking at what they call Booby Wrap to package. So with Booby Wrap, we can ship a PWA as another application. All right. So Booby Wrap uses the same PWA and creates a Play Store package without writing a single line of native code. And if you ask me, I think that's really, really awesome. So developers can upload an almost empty APK to the app store. The APK only contains a link to the website, and that's all. So what I'm saying therefore is that with Booby Wrap, all you need to do is you provide the APK a link, and that link is the middleman between your web application hosted somewhere else with the soon to develop APK. So it's pretty much very easy. All you need to do with Booby Wrap is just give me a link. So Booby Wrap asks for a link, and that link obviously it's your web application hosted somewhere. When it does have for a link, it automatically builds up the Android application via the link provided to it. Very easy. Yeah, so this is it. What are the pros and the cons of a TWA? Number one, the pros of a TWA is it does not demand any Java Kotlin knowledge. So of course, I'm speaking to front-end engineers, mobile web specialists, and of course, I don't think that you probably have a Java or a Kotlin knowledge. If you do, awesome. But if you don't, then this is for you. So with this formula or with this approach, you don't really need to have issue. Number two, it is very cost effective. All right. So you're a developer, you become a developer and you're the Android application all by yourself. Sorry, Android developer all by yourself. You really don't have to employ somebody else to build an Android application for you. As a web developer, you can do this yourself. And then thirdly, the onboarding process is pretty much very, very, very easy. Like it's just, I think it's about 4 steps from shipping your PWA down to another application. And number three, it is easy to manage. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Number four, it's easy to manage and updates. Yeah, very easy. So whatever update you do to your web application, it automatically updates in your Android application. Why? Because if you remember, you provided it a link, and that link was a web application. So when you update your web application, it updates your Android application for you without stress. And then number five, it's a smaller application size compared to a native application. Yeah, because after every build of the application, you end up with an application size of, let's say, less than 1 kilobyte, or maximally sorry, I beg your pardon, less than 1 megabyte, or maximally 2 megabytes. So it's pretty much a smaller application size compared to native application where you have 40 MB, where you have 50 MB, and all of that. And then lastly, it uses all web APIs. All right, like push notifications, like any API available on the web. This particular approach can use it. And of course, you cannot really have an advantage without a disadvantage. And there are pretty much a few disadvantages when it comes to this approach. Number one, you can only ship a PWA to an Android application. All right, so it does not support cross-platform application like iOS and all of that, or the Nokia, blah blah blah. So you can only ship this just to an Android application. Right now, Apple is trying to accept the PWA approach. It's currently under some kind of scrutiny. Hopefully, they do it before next year. Secondly, the URL bar is always at the top of the applications because, like I said, it's pretty much a web app like Android application. So, because on the web app, you always have the URL bar. In the same vein, when you're using this approach and you afterwards build the application and then you ship it to Play Store, you always have to see the URL at the top of the application, and that's pretty much maybe annoying or something. And then thirdly, one of the most tiring part of this is that you must pass the PWA criteria in the Lighthouse. So Google Chrome browsers have what they call Lighthouse, and it helps you ensure that you pass the PWA criteria, and that involves your accessibility must be above 90%, all right, or 90% itself. Then you must have your performance must be 90% or above 90%. All right, and then and that's pretty much all there is as concerns. I think your performance, your accessibility, and yet another one. Yeah, so you must pass the PWE criteria if you must enjoy this approach. And lastly, what I feel like is the biggest issue is that it does not support core native APIs like biometrics, like integration of I think payment or something like that. So all of the core API available to native languages like Java, like Kotlin, this approach does not support it. Yeah. However, it still doesn't make it useless because there are a couple of use cases where you will find this approach pretty much very useful. So the big question is why bubble wrap? Why bubble wrap? All right. So bubble wrap is pretty much a Node.js CLI. All right. It's pretty much so all it does is like a wrapper. It takes in the web application link for you, and then it pretty much ships it for you. So there really isn't any too much configuration. All you need to do is install bubble wrap and then what bubble wrap does for you is when it sees that the link is available and then you have a manifest file, it builds up the Android application for you. It includes the Android Gradle, and every other thing you naturally think of. So it's pretty much very easy. And I think it's about 2, 3, 4 steps, 2, 3, 5 steps. You already have your Android application for you. So it requires a couple of things really. It requires that you have Node.js 10 version and above. It requires that you have a Java development kit, the JDK version 8, and then it requires that you have the SDK installed on your system. And with all of these three things installed, you can easily build up another application with Bubble Wrap. All right, so I was supposed to do a live coding, but I got some errors with my I was working last night and the night before with some Android application stuff. So I got some errors with my SDK and JDK. I don't know if that would work, and I don't want to spend time debugging it. However, let's see if it's possible that I do the live code session. If I get some errors and we try debugging together and we don't come to a consensus, we probably would skip the part. But the good news is this, that you can really build an Android application with Bubble Wrap. All right, so you really don't have to be a Java expert. You don't have to be a Kotlin expert. You can easily, as a front-end developer or a back-end developer, build a pretty much cool-looking, beautiful Android application shipped to Play Store, used by millions of people without so much stress. So suppose you want to do this yourself, or suppose I do this, but we'll try doing that today. I don't know if I would have errors with my SDK and JDK today, but the requirements for this is that, number one, you need the following. Like I earlier said, you need an Android SDK for your operating system. You're either using Windows, Linux, Mac, or Chrome OS. You need to have the Android SDK installed. You secondly need to have a Node.js version of 10 and above. And of course, you need to have a Java 8 JDK installed on your operating system. And lastly, your mobile device must be set up on developer mode. Those are the requirements to get up and running. Yeah, so the code lab session. Hopefully, I don't get any errors. So let's go into the code lab session. I don't know if it's. Let me share my screen so we can go into the code lab session. I'm not allowed to do this. I don't know why I can't share my screen, but okay. I think I can do that right now. All right. So I think I have a couple of minutes left, so I can really go to the code lab session. Hopefully, I don't end up debugging everything. Okay. So the first thing first, suppose you want to build up another application with this. The first thing first, you need to get installed the Bubble Wrap CLI. I already have it installed. So what I would do is I would just quickly install it. So I would show you the process from scratch. So bear with me as I show you the process involved in this so I'll pretty much install the Bubble Wrap. So I don't want to miss any step. I want to install the Bubble Wrap so you can see for yourself how easy it is to get this stuff up and running with lead time. There are a couple of steps. I think it's pretty much about 3 to 5 steps, and then you're up and ready to go. So I'm currently uninstalling the Bubble Wrap CLI that I had. And this is because I don't want to skip any step at all. I want to do it from scratch so you all can see how easy it is to to go through the process. Okay, so the first step is, let me make yet another directory for this. So I'm making another directory for this. Let me name it app. I don't know. Let me make it Android GDG. It's a very funny name, I suppose. And then I will get into this. All right. So the first step is, let me yet again install. So I don't know. It will take some time, but it's currently been installed. I would be the session ends. So please keep your questions coming, and then I will take them after this session ends. So we are currently installing Booby Wrap globally, and then when we are done, we'll move to the next step and all of that. Okay, I got some errors here. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't put ads. So yeah. Like I said earlier, when you're doing this approach, the first thing to get set, you need to ensure that your PWA passes above excellent. Your accessibility must score above 90%. Your performance must be above 90%, and all of those criteria must exceed 90%. Only then would your PWA be a good candidate to be shipped as an Android application. Otherwise, you cannot do it except you have that done. All right. So we are currently installing our Booby Wrap CLI globally. It will take some time. I hope I don't consume all the time because I'm trying to do this. I just want everybody out there to see how easy and how achievable it is to build a PWA with another application. And I hope I don't fall into any errors or any dish whatsoever. Any errors you peradventure would fall into is based off the two things, your SDK version or your JDK version. All right. So if they have conflicts in between those two, then you would fall into some errors that are very fixable and are easy to go ahead of. So before following me, ensure you have your JDK version and your SDK. So good news is that we've currently installed the Bubble Wrap. The next thing to do here is that we need, okay, it's currently still being installed. The next thing to do here is that we need to instantiate, or rather initialize the projects. All right. When this bubble wrap is done installing, we need to initialize the project and do that right in the following. So let's quickly wait until this is currently built up. It's taking forever to build up, but hopefully it will be done in no time. All right. When you're doing code lab sessions, you really need to be patient. Okay, finally it's done. You can see over here that we have Bubble Wrap CLI version 1.70. So the next step to do here is that we really need to initialize the project. I will do that by writing the following command: Bubble Wrap init dash manifests equals to. Now, the next thing here is the link where our PWA is hosted. I'll be using this particular link somewhere on Glitch. Why would I be using that? Because the individual actually has a good criteria setup. All right. So I'll be using that particular link. All right. So let me just quickly wait the load. So I would use this link and then we'll be up and good. All right. So I'll be using this link here. So I wouldn't have issues whatsoever. So the next step here is that all we have to do is that we provide the link hosted / the manifest.json file. And when this is done, you just press enter. So what would this do is that it will initialize the project for you. Simple. And so after this is done, you just need to create a key store password, and that key store will be needed when you really want to ship your APK down to the Android application. So when you do these things, it will ask you for a few questions. Number one, the domain where the web application is hosted, and for us is the pushy blah blah blah. You do that, the URL part. So just keep pressing enter until you get to the last part of it. Just keep pressing enter, 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 you know. So what it's currently doing, it is similar to when you do npm init. It's similar to that. So you're just pretty much initializing the project that you're currently going to be building. So all right, so it's generating an Android project for us currently. Very, very, very easy. All right, so it says that we don't have an Android key store. Like I earlier said, you will need this key store when you really want to ship your Android application down to Play Store. So your name, just put some dummy name. My name is Blessing Corfea. So I suppose you are tweeting about this currently. So use the hashtag DevFest Philippines to tweet about this and show you're tweeting about what Bubble Wrap is and how easy it is to develop or Android application with Bubble Wrap and PWA. You know, let everybody see that you're doing something very, very awesome. So what we're doing really is we're still pretty much initializing the project, and it's asking us for a key store, like earlier said, and it's asking us for a key itself. So when this is done, we are very close to completion. Boom. So if you check our folder here, please exclude all of this. If you check our folder here, you see all of this file built for us without any issue whatsoever. And this is done with Bubble Wrap. You see how easy it is. So you have your Gradle, similar to a normal studio Android Studio Gradle. You have the app you're currently going to be working on. You have a lot of things here, and here's your manifest folder. Yeah, so here's your manifest folder. Very, very, very easy process. The next step here is that we need to build our application. We need to build our application, and we do that with Bubble Wrap.
Excuse me,
Bubble
Blessing.
Wrap build. Hello, I can hear you.
Sorry to interrupt. Okay, I'm sorry to cut you off. I just wanna let you know that the presentation or the screen is a bit blurry. Actually, it's blurry. Maybe you can try resharing it. Try disconnecting the screen share and try presenting it again.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hopefully it's not blurry anymore. I hope so. I don't know who can confirm that's not blurry anymore. Okay, so like I said earlier, the next step here is to build your application with bubble wrap. So the command for that is bubble wrap build. So when you press enter, let me warn that if you do this currently, you would have an error. Why would you have an error? Is because there's currently a conflict, like I earlier said, the conflict that I told you about with the JDK version and the Android version. And this is very common to Windows users. So Bubble Wrap always ensures that the highest version is used. And while that is so, is I don't know, but Bubble Wrap ensures that it gives you the higher version of the JDK and the SDK. However, it does not really, if it doesn't tally with the installed Android JDK on your system, you would have conflict. So if you do this, currently on my system, but then I want to downgrade 1.1. So you downgrade out to grade 6.0, and this is common only pretty much to Windows users. Next thing to do here to ensure you don't have any errors again is that you come over to your um, build.gradle file. Like I told you, because Bubble Wrap ensure that it takes you to the newest Gradle file. But the one installed on my system is Android Studio 3.63. So I need to also downgrade this to 3.63 so we don't have conflict anymore. So I already have it somewhere. I just copy the class parts, all right, and then come over to the build.gradle file, and then I just simply downgrade this, and then boom. Next, when I run this command again, I shouldn't at least see any error, all right, because I have successfully downgraded it to suit or so that it becomes compatible with my Android Studio. And so I shouldn't have any error going forward when I do this. Hopefully I don't have any errors. If I do, I don't know what not to do, because having to debug on a cool live session is pretty much a headache. So hopefully I don't have any errors and our application builds for us. So we see how that is done. So my fingers crossed. Hopefully I don't have any errors. So I don't know if you're following this. Please, I know you have a lot of questions, so keep it coming. At the end of this, we would definitely take questions, and I'm more than happy to take all of your questions. So ensure that you have your questions on ground. So our app is building. Finger crossed. Hopefully there are no errors. All right, it's taking forever, but then it would definitely work. Okay. What's happening? Okay, if you're still there, please hang on. We are currently building the Android application. You see how easy it is? With Bubble Wrap, you just build your Android application with Bubble Wrap. So very easy. What you will do before now is that you're needing to go learn some core native Java or Kotlin stuff, which is pretty much, you're a front-end engineer or you're a backend engineer, and you really don't want to learn yet another language because you want to quickly build up something and ship to Play Store. Yeah, I guess we don't have any errors because I can see from here that we are making headway. I guess we're making some headway here, so we shouldn't have any errors. I don't know. I just feel we shouldn't have any errors, hopefully. But then it's taking forever to build up. I don't know. Yeah, good. Yeah, so let me increase this. So you see that so yeah, so we don't have any errors indeed. I'm so excited that we don't have any errors. So you see that we generated 100 APK at this. So this is, yeah, so this is our good, interesting, awesome stuff, awesome stuff. So over here you see that the Lighthouse accessibility score is 94. That's why I chose this particular web app. All right, the performance score is 100. The PWA check is yes. So you would observe therefore that this particular web application passes the Lighthouse criteria. Only then will that PWA be a candidate for this approach. So you see here that we are done building our application, but then there's just one last thing to do, and that is because a TWA stands for Trusted Web Activity. The trusted there ensures that we want to know that you're not just taking somebody else's web application and you're just doing some magic with it. So with TWA, it always gives you an asset link, and that asset link has this fingerprint stuff that makes your application unique. All right. So what we'll do here is that we'll copy this asset link, and this is the last step, and then we'll go over to the glitch.com. Inside your public folder, you yet again create another folder called .wellknown. All right, and then when you're done, you had the folder. Okay, I think I didn't create that properly. .well. Now, when you're done with this folder, you yet again create. This was supposed to be a folder. I don't know what's wrong. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. I'm having some. Okay, new file. What's wrong here? Let me do it again. Okay, that's correct. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is that we're trying to create the asset link file. Something isn't really connecting here. Sir, excuse me if you're watching globally, please pardon me. I'm trying to get. Okay, there's. All right, so I hope I don't. I'm taking forever to finish all of this, but. Okay, so what we are doing here is that if you check properly, you see that this hash key is what makes every PW, what makes your Android application different from the rest. So it's very, very unique. All right, it's a very unique one. And so when you're done with this, when you're done creating your asset link, the next step therefore is just bubble wrap bubble wrap install. Why this will not work is because I currently don't have my mobile application my mobile device connected to my system. But the good news is this: this is our APK. I beg your pardon. It's our APK that bubble wrap released, and so that's going to be all as it concerns bubble wrap. So I'm very happy to take your questions. I know towards the end it wasn't so clear, but I'll take your question. So if you have a question, please bring it on, and that will be all for this presentation. So thank you so much. That's all. Thank you so much.
Hi, Blessing. Mm, Okay, that was an awesome talk from you. Thank you so much for sharing your time and effort here in our event. And now let's proceed to our Q&A. For the first question, if the APK contains only the link, does that mean all bubble wrap apps have the same size?
Okay, so no, the size of your application depends on the assets. So it depends on your CSS, your HTML, your JavaScript size. So it doesn't depend on the link. The link is just an intermediary between the APK
Okay, are you
is the how much this of a size of yeah. So it differs. It differs based off your web application.
Mhm. Okay, I hope everyone got that blessing style answer. And for the next one, do I have another question? Aside from the user installation process, what is the difference between bubble wrap and just adding a PWA to the home screen?
So the difference between bubble wrap and just adding PWA to the home screen is that PWA added to the home screen is not accessible on Android. All right. But when you make use of bubble wrap, you can now access a PWA on a Play Store. So a user from Afghanistan can install your application. All right. So that's the difference between using bubble wrap and just a PWA installed on a home screen.
Okay. So do we have other questions? Okay, what challenges have you encountered so far with regards to using bubble wrap?
Good. If you follow the code lab sessions, we had an error where I had to go downgrade SDK and JDK, and that's because each time you're using bubble wrap, it's a good thing, not really a bad thing. But then each time you're using bubble wrap ensures that it gives you the Android JDK and the SDK newest version. While this is a problem, is that it does not check the your Android Studio version installed on your computer. It just gives you the newest version. And sometimes, because Android Studio is evergreen and then it's always under updates, you may have another studio of 3.6 that I have. So it will not tally with the newest version of Bubble Wrap that Bubble Wrap gives you when building your application for you. So the only problem I feel like I've encountered is that because Bubble Wrap gives me a newer version of JDK when it builds my application for me, and it doesn't always tally with my Android Studio. That's like the pretty much that's like the only problem I've encountered. Aside that, I've not really encountered any problem at all as it concerns bubble wrap using bubble wrap thus far.
Okay. So for another one, what is a good reference to start learning about bubble wrap?
Okay, so they currently have not like they have a website, but they have these they have a GitHub account, all right, where the pretty much easy tutorial to follow. I think I can drop the link here so it can be displayed. So the account is pretty much very the tutorial in the GitHub account is pretty much very easy to follow. Aside that, on YouTube, if you go type Bubera PWA, you will see a couple of tutorials that takes you through the process of shipping an Android application with Bubera. So I will drop the link before the end of this Q&A so you can share and use. And this slide is even available on slide deck, so you can always go and get the slide if you really want to see all of that.
Yeah, okay. For those who are interested in getting the blessing slide, just contact or reach out to GDG. So for the next one, will we be seeing PWA support for iOS in the near future?
Yeah, so the last time I checked, the inclusion of PWA for iOS is still under some scrutinies. And as I was told or as I read, the iOS platforms are trying to see if they can accept PWA in the future so that every other developers using PWA can enjoy what he or she is enjoying with Android. So yeah, it's still under scrutiny. And hopefully by 2021, it will be fully supported in the iOS platform.
Okay. So, are there still questions? Uh, I think that's it. Thank you so much, Blessing, for sharing your knowledge about shipping PWA as an Android app using Bubble Wrap. I think that's it. We're good. Thank you so much again. That was a pretty nice
Thank
talk
you so much
from
for
you.
having me.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, so I hope everyone is still gearing up for our next speaker. But before I'm going to introduce our last speaker, this event is powered by Google, co-presented by Cloud Staff, Sajanovic, and Associates in cooperation with Union Bank. Special thanks to Active Collab, LV, and Photo Studio, supported by the ICT Mindanao Cluster 1. And this event is official media part are has an official media partners with Gadgets Magazine and wheninmanila.com. So this event is made possible by GDG Manila, GDG Baguio, GDG Cebu, GDG Cagayan de Oro, GDG Zamboanga, and with our community partners, Women Tech Makers Manila, Women Tech Makers Zamboanga, Palawan International Technology Business Incubator, Association of Student Technopreneurship and Innovators, FEU Tech, Association for Computing Machinery, FEU Tech Student Chapter, and Sangguniang Kabataan, Puerto Princesa City. Okay, I hope everyone's still there. And okay, let me introduce to you our next speaker. He's going to be talking about Angular and technical SEO. He is a freelance software engineer and an internet entrepreneur, currently focusing on front-end technology. He is the co-organizer of NGEE and Angular Belgium Meetup. Everyone, I am pleased to introduce Mr. Sam Blobergs.
Hello, just a second, making sure that broadcast is nice. Hi, okay. Perfect. Okay, let's start. Shall I share my screen? All right. Thank you very much. So, almost there. All right. So, hi, everybody. Welcome and thanks for joining my talk today on Angular and technical SEO. Thanks a lot to the team of GDG Philippines for the invitation. And I wanted to say that the onboarding process for me as a speaker was very smooth, and it seems like the event is going nice. So please join me in thanking them for organizing this awesome event today. And from my side, I hope you will be learning, you will be able to sharpen your Angular and technical SEO knowledge a lot today. So let me start with a short story. Imagine you are coding like a ninja on a cool project, and together with an awesome team, you have been working on this big project for a long time. And finally, the end is near and a big release is coming. But suddenly, an SEO expert wants to talk to you. She has recently been assigned on the project. And to be honest, she should have been introduced much earlier, probably somewhere in the project's early phases, but project management is not on our plate for today. And basically, she tells you that the application is working super nice and it works really well, so good job. But the link previews, they look a little bit weird when pages are shared on social media, and most of its content cannot be found on Google or Bing or any other search engine. So the big question for today is, how can we as Angular developers help SEO experts to reach their goals? Let's find the answers. There are plenty of things that can boost or break down the SEO goals of your website or application. So for today, let's focus on 5 things that we as Angular developers and architects can do to help reach the goals of our SEO experts. The first and most low-level thing to do is to write proper semantic HTML. And by doing that, we should try to adhere to a low text-to-code ratio. We can provide functionality to dynamically update the title, meta tags, and other relevant tags. We can implement features to enable rich search results by, for example, using RDFA, microdata, or JSON-LD. And we can enable perfect crawling accessibility, which is a crucial part for SEO. And in general, we can and we should always provide a great user experience for our users. But first, all these concepts will be explained on a very high level, and they are only intended to give you a head start when researching for yourself. So if you have a specific and detailed question about any of the concepts, please feel free to post them in the chat. I will be very happy to answer them after the talk or in the QA if I can. And second, again, all these concepts are explained now based on Angular code samples. But the concepts apply on each other framework, like, for example, React, Vue, Ember, you name it. The only thing that differs are the technical details in each of those frameworks on how to achieve the same results. So, who am I? I was already introduced, but for the people who are just joining, my name is Sam. I'm a freelance software engineer. I'm a co-organizer of the Belgian Angular conference called NGBE, and the Angular Belgian meetup group. And just as today, I'm very happy to serve you, to serve the Angular community as a GDE. If you want to know more about me or read my articles, please feel free to check my website. So the first concept, semantic HTML. Semantic HTML is very important because proper usage of the HTML code gives meaning to the text content. For example, when we use H1, H2 up till H6, our browser knows that this is a title, but also search engines and other crawlers or screen readers know how to handle this piece of information. And the same is true for other elements like lists or images or forms or figures with a caption. The question to ask yourself when coding HTML is, what elements best describe or represent the data that I'm going to populate in my HTML code? So if you're not sure, you should really take a deep dive into the semantic HTML topic, Or if you don't have the time, or if it's not a priority for you, you can always ask your favorite SEO expert. He or she should be able to help you out and provide more instructions. So semantics can not only be applied on HTML, but they can also be applied on other code, like, for example, JavaScript or CSS. And this part is not very important for SEO, but I just wanted to mention it. So in CSS, for example, consider styling a list with list items representing different types of fruit. Would it for you be easier to know what part of the DOM is being selected if you would use the selector div ul li, or would it be easier if you would use a class called fruits item? Well, for me, it would be easier to use the class fruits item. In JavaScript as well, consider a function that takes a string parameter, and this function returns a list element with that string as its text content. Would you need to take a look at the code to understand what this function was doing if it was called build peach or create list item with content peach? Think about it. It's just all about being descriptive and giving true meaning to your code. And don't worry about giving long names to your variables or function names, or that it might perhaps take more size for your bundle when bundling all together. It doesn't matter, because those long variable names and other code will get minified away in the end. And for more details on the semantics on the web, I happily refer you to this great resource on the Mozilla Developer Network. So normally all text content on your page could be embraced by or surrounded by the appropriate HTML tag that should have a semantic value, like, for example, H tags or list items or the paragraphs that we mentioned before. And this guards us from the overuse of, for example, divs and spans. And this kind of diseases that we call it, like divitis and spanitis, have been described for many years already, and is common and very widespread all over the internet. So if you find many divs wrapped in each other and surrounding text, but you cannot really think of a very clear reason why, you could probably think about refactoring it. And there's almost always a logical refactor possible. But doing like fancy position tricks or perhaps having special markup, that might require a lot of divs. So in any case, you should always assess your case carefully. And as you can see in the code sample on the right, we refactored a list of fruits that were first implemented using only divs to their semantic counterpart, only using a clear defined list with list items. So when using proper semantic HTML, our text-to-code ratio might also drop, meaning that we need less bytes of HTML tags compared to the amount of bytes representing the actual text content. And this ratio indicates to search engines that the page contains a decent amount of text content that should be indexed. So if we compare the two options of our previous example, we can clearly see that the amount of HTML tags is much less if you use the proper semantic HTML tags. And again, if you're unsure about how to achieve a good text-to-code ratio for your specific case, and even if it's an important factor in your case, you should always get in touch with your favorite SEO expert. So what we see here is a very basic example, but it's a typical code snippet that I see coming out of code reviews. Because in Angular, we cannot use more than one structural directive on an element. The ng-if is applied on a div surrounding the element that has the ng4 structural directive applied. And this will add a surrounding div if the feature is enabled. But for example, by using ng-container element, we can avoid adding that extra div to our HTML. This will not result in any extra HTML code. So next important topic, the title, meta, and other tags on your pages. Setting the title and the meta tags, it's very important for SEO and the sharing capability, also for the sharing capability of your application on social networks. So in most cases, the title of your page will be used in the search results of search engines. So for your application should be able to set a unique title for each page. And next to that, many, and if not all social media platforms allow you to share content on your feed. So if you want the platform to generate a preview of the URL that you are sharing, that page needs to implement the correct meta tags for those specific platforms. Like, for example, what you see here on LinkedIn. So this is the required code to make everything work properly for the title. So only for the title of your page. And using this code will make it work on search engines like Google or Bing, but also social networks like Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn. And the title and meta service provided by Angular are very easy to use helper services for this. And what you should take away from this code snippet is that actually each platform uses different implementations and rules. For example, Twitter requires a meta tag with the name attribute and a very specific Twitter prefix to the value. But Facebook, for example, is following the Open Graph protocol, and it requires the property attribute name with the OG prefix value. And some other platforms, like, for example, LinkedIn and others, are also following the Open Graph protocol. But remember that each social media network could implement its own requirement. So you should always check the need for your project. There are, of course, other important tags that could be implemented in the page for our SEO purposes. And one of them is the canonical link or URL. And this link denotes the single source of truth of the loaded content. Other important tags are, for example, the potential alternative pages, for example, alternative languages of the shown content. And those are two of the most significant examples. And setting these specific elements in the head can be achieved by using the document utility service that wraps around the document global object and exposes its API. And as always, your project will have its own specific needs, but the title and meta services plus the document should be enough to implement all your specific technical requirements. Of course, there are already several community plugins available that will do the job for you if you implement them correctly, of course. You could just search for Angular SEO on NPM, and you will find plenty of relevant packages. And you might also find NGX SEO, which is a library that I published. But in many cases, you will want to build your own library because your logic will depend on the needs of your specific project. So if you want to be inspired, please take a look at the library source code that I published, and you can use that as an inspiration to set up your own version of the implementation. Next, rich search results. You might have already seen these kinds of rich search results in Google Search, for example. And these snippets of extra relevant data to the search results are provided by structured data that is added on top of the normal text content that is extracted from your pages, so from the pages that you build. For example, for the first result, we get a related list of frequently asked questions, and we can open up each question to see the answer. On the second result, we get a rating score and a price range of an hotel that was part of the search. And there are three potential ways of adding this structured data. The first one is RDFA, which is short for Resource Description Framework in Attributes. It's a very long name. And it's also an official W3C recommendation. And you can use this to set up structured data using attributes on elements in any XML-based markup language. In our case, that's HTML. The second one, microdata, is an alternative to RDFA, and it's quite similar. But as opposed to RDFA, microdata can only be used on HTML code. And the last, but definitely not least, is JSON linked data. And JSON linked data is the more modern data-driven and recommended approach by Google. The structured data can be outputted as JSON compared to adding it to the attributes of each relevant HTML element. And that means much less coding as opposed to more coding when you need to add all those extra attributes and all the HTML elements. The thing to remember here is that in the end, all these three potential ways provide the same result. And why is that? Because they are all based on a very specific scheme, a schema defined in a library of schemes. So schema.org, for example, is one of those libraries. And as far as I know, it's the most widely adopted. It's the one that I've been using for all the projects that I had to do. And the library describes, for example, an entity named person. The good thing about this website is that it also provides examples on how to build a markup or the data structures that will enrich your pages. And for the sake of an example, let's take the example of George Bush, which is also shown on the website of schema.org. And George Bush basically is a former president of the USA, and this is the basic description of who he was. We will implement this example description of that public person using RDFA, microdata, and JSON-LD. So to enable RDFA in your Angular templates, you only need to add the specific attributes to your HTML code. There's nothing more to it. As you can see, we need to define the vocabulary and the type, and then each value gets its property. The same is true for microdata, and the only thing that differs is the attributes. So the value of the attributes stays the same because the schema is the same, and the library of our schemes is also the same. So to enable it in your Angular templates, you simply only need to add the specific attributes to your HTML code. So this is how you would add the dynamic data to the microdata HTML code block. So really nothing fancy, just outputting the values in your components view. And the last one, the JSON-LD structure, that will probably be more appealing to you as a developer, because in fact, it's just serializing a JSON object into your HTML and boom, you are done. The backend or CMS could be responsible for generating this structure. And you as a front-end developer, you just have to fetch it from the backend or the CMS. You need to parse it in your, get it in your Angular code and print it out. But how do we get this snippet? How do we get this snippet outputted in our code? Is there, for example, a service for that, like the meta tag service or the title service? Well, I can tell you that there is not, but it's really no rocket science to code it ourselves. So basically what you see here, this service is all you need to get started with outputting JSON linked data in your pages. And the service only requires you to have the object with the data available. So it's up to you to implement your own logic to get this data. But the code is heavily based on, and it's practically the same as the code for setting the canonical URL in the head of the page. So just to walk over it, we have a helper function, setData, that takes a JSON-LD object or an array of objects. And this function injects the data by first checking if there was already a script container available and updating or inserting it into the document's head. This is, by the way, this code is also included in the NGX SEO package that you can find on NPM. Then the most important enabler for good search engine optimization and the sharing capabilities on social networks. And that enabler is crawl accessibility. So just to give you a quick introduction for basic Angular projects. So if you don't do anything fancy with your static server setup, with, for example, a robot.txt file, or you might perhaps be blocking search engines from indexing your application using some server-side configured headers. If you don't do anything fancy like that, crawlers should always be able to see a result coming from your server that looks something like the screenshot on the left side. And this is the auto-generated index.html file that will get served for every route of your Angular application. But as you can see, it does not contain any content. You only see something vague like content is loading. And why is that? Because typically The browser is responsible for generating and building up the pages for JavaScript-heavy applications. And in this case, they are client-side rendered. While some crawlers, like for example, the new and updated evergreen Google bot, the bot that comes visit your pages to index them, this bot is able to render the full pages to some extent. But other bots are not, and they need a little bit help. For them, we need to enable server-side rendering or pre-rendering. And as you can see on the right, there's a lot more content, and we have the title of our page and our meta tags and some CSS. There's a lot more, but yeah, I could not fit everything on the screenshot. So all the data is coming back from the server now in your response. And there are currently two notable options for server-side and pre-rendering of Angular application. We have Angular Universal and Scully. Universal will enable server-side rendering, and it also allows for pre-rendering. And from my experience, Universal is best used with highly volatile and dynamic content, and when your application has a lot of dynamic pages. And with a lot, I mean, for example, in the order of 10,000 and more. But it can, of course, also be used for a low amount of pages. Universal does require some strict coding principles, so you really need to be strict in setting up your architecture and your coding guidelines. But if you manage to do this and you are able to use a universal, the result will be very fast. Scully enables pre-rendering, but Scully is not really fitted for server-side rendering. And the upside of Scully is that you can use it with any Angular application. And to be more precise, you can use it with any Angular application using any third-party libraries. The related downside for that support is that it can be relatively slow while rendering the pages. And I really like to stress relatively slow because it's still fast. I'm just comparing it to Universal. And Scully, from my experience, is best used with low volatile and dynamic content with a limited amount of pages. And why is that? Because every time that the content of your pages change, you need to rebuild and redeploy all to your static web server. If you want to know more and read more about Scully or Universal, or when you need to make the choice between the two, you can check my blog for several articles about Scully, Universal, and SEO-related topics for Angular. I do a deep dive on most of the important differences between the two, and that will allow you to make your own educated choice. So now for some pro tips. I have two for you. The first one is one that I learned the very hard way by a lot of trial and erroring, mainly due to the lack of documentation. That happens quite a lot. So when you do server-side rendering or pre-rendering, you might be tempted to minify the HTML output of the rendering. And that's a good thing. It will save your visitors even more bytes when they load your pages. And less bytes is better for search engine optimization. But please be careful. Do not over-minify your output because not all crawlers are as smart in understanding the minified output. The browser might always understand it because a browser is by design very forgiving. A browser will fix errors for you. But other clients, other crawlers, they require a very strict and full HTML tree to be able to parse all the content. So for example, as you can see here, I shared my page on LinkedIn. I tested it out with the LinkedIn Post Inspector. But yeah, you cannot see much. LinkedIn, why is that? Because LinkedIn is not able to find the meta tags in the HTML output. And why is that? Because there's a vital piece of code missing in the source code. And that vital piece of code is the head tag. The head tag is removed because of the HTML minification options that we used, that you can see on the right side. For example, we enabled the removal of attribute quotes and the removal of optional tags. And as a matter of fact, the head tag is also an optional tag for a browser. But for a more basic parser, like the one that LinkedIn is using, that parser requires it. So it expects that the HTML meta tags are located directly inside the head tag which is in this case removed by the minifier. So if we disable the removal of the attribute quotes and the removal of optional tags by the HTML minifier, everything works as expected. And that only because the head tag was not removed as part of the optimization process. So fortunately, we have plenty of tools available these days to validate the HTML output of our pages. Nearly every big player has a way to validate or burst the cache of your pages on their networks. So this overview links the most important validator tools that I use for my projects. It includes Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook, but always check your own need because you might need to support others like Bing and Baidu and Yahoo. There might be other social networks on your side of the planet that I don't know. So you should always check your own need and check the tools that they provide. Then another short extra, supporting multiple language. So for Angular, you have different options to support multiple languages, like for example, NGX Translate, Transloco, or the official Angular i89 integration. And there are probably other libraries available in the ecosystem. And these libraries allow you to define your content in multiple languages to serve different countries and users from all around the world. For SEO, it might be beneficial to clearly express the languages and options that are available by defining, for example, the language as an attribute to the HTML element and by providing a content language meta tag. Apart from that, you can also specify links to alternative language pages. And that way you make it clear to the crawler bots and to the search engines that there are also other languages available and that they should also index those pages. Setting, for example, those alternative language links can be done by using a similar approach from before. We first check if the given language was already set, and we update it accordingly or we remove it. So if you get all these things right, you have started with a very good recipe for a great user experience. But like with all recipes and meals, we can still add extra spices and herbs to make it perfect. So please remember that these are just the basics. You should go and explore other tutorials, other resources, trainings to make sure that you get the most out of it. But just remember, if your pages are fast, they are low on memory consumption, and they are low on bandwidth usage, then more especially on mobile devices, your users and search engines will be happy. Thank you very, very much for your attention. Please feel free to contact me via email or directly on Twitter. I will be very happy to answer some questions in the Q&A session in a few minutes. So please ask your questions, and thank you for your attention.
Hi, thank you for that wonderful talk, Sam. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, thank you so much for that wonderful talk. So, yes, we have gathered some questions here from the audience. Okay, so first one, aside from the semantic HTML, should we also start implementing other SEO techniques at the very beginning of development?
Well, there are many other techniques that you should consider. But if you start with semantic HTML, if you start with the proper structure of your code, if you make sure that the text to code ratio is not a bad number, then you have started a very good. Then you have started off very good, because the next part for good SEO is not technical SEO; it's the actual content. And we as developers are not always responsible for defining the content. So for us, the technical part, if you start with semantic HTML, make sure that your code is minified, that you have good linking to all pages, then you're good.
Okay, thank you for that. So next one, is it possible to overdo a team's effort in implementing SEO If so, do you have any example?
Could you please repeat the question because I did not get everything?
Okay, sure. So, is it possible to overdo a team's effort in implementing SEO? If so, do you have any example?
I'm not sure if I got the question right, so let me try.
So it's shown here in the stream, in our
Yeah, let me check.
Thank you.
Ah, yeah, I see it. I see it. Okay. Overdo a team's effort. Huh. I'm not sure what you mean with overdo a team's effort. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I get the question right. So if you don't mind, I would like to skip the question and take this offline. So Glader, if you don't mind,
Okay, sure. So
get in touch, and I will ask your question. I will answer your question.
thank you. So let's move to the next one. How can a non-technical person verify SEO effectiveness?
Well, there are many tools available for that. You can find them on the internet. So, like I mentioned, Google has a very good tool for that. Webmaster Tools. They have tools to check the structure of the JSON LD, stuff like that. So there are plenty of tools available, and I can share them in the Slack channel, or I can also attach them to my slides if you want. But the internet is full of tools that allow you to check the effectiveness of the SEO implementation.
Okay, thank you. Next one. Is it still worth it to implement SEO for SPAs? Will search engine crawlers be able to crawl dynamically created pages?
Yes, it's possible. So let's say five to 10 years ago, it was like a very big problem in indexing single page applications. But these days, with pre-rendering and server-side rendering, you can make sure that you output the essential parts of your application for search engine optimization from the server. So if crawlers are able to read out the content from the server, then yeah, you have perfectly good SEO capabilities for your single page application.
Cool. Thank you. Next question here. Any tips on how to structure the heading tags on your page? Yeah, commented that.
Well, it's a little bit like creating a thesis or a document, where you start off with the main title of your document, and then you start dividing into sections. So it should just be logical. Don't try to over-engineer things. Don't use H1 tags to make your page look better. Make sure that H1 or H2 or H3 tags really are used really for first level of title, second level of title, third level of title. So yeah, I don't have any more tips on how to do that, because basically it's the SEO expert, so the one that's in control of the content, that should come up with what's the best tag for this title, what's the best tag for that title. And we as technical SEO people, the developers, should be able to implement that. We should be able to use and guide those SEO experts, like we can use those tags, we can use a paragraph, we can use a list, we can use a title. So it's a ongoing discussion between developers and content managers.
Thank you for answering that. So last question that we have here from Aaron from YouTube. What makes Angular better than other JS frameworks like React and Vue?
I don't think that's a question related to the topic today about technical SEO for Angular.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to start a flame war between Angular, React, and Vue, but what I can say from my own personal perspective is that I like Angular very much because of its opinionated way on how to structure an application, on how to structure your architecture. They came up with those ideas over a long period of time. So it's tested, it's really thought about very well, and those specific architectures allow you to implement performant and very good applications. So those concepts can also be applied on Vue and on React, but they do not come by default. So the good part for me for Angular is that it comes with a very good basic setup from the beginning.
Okay, thank you. I think I see another question here. From your perspective, what is your ideal scenario for implementing Angular for your web app and why?
So the first question always you need to ask is, do I need Angular? Do I need a single page application framework? And depending, you should always consider your needs, the project needs. Do you have public visitors? Is it an internal application? Is your application living behind a firewall, behind authentication? So the ideal scenario really depends on the need of your project. For example, I started my personal website with Angular, which was also a little bit weird, because when I started with Angular, I did not have any search engine capabilities. It only came with version 2, so Angular version 2, and I started off by immediately implementing it. So my personal website has been an Angular application from the start with server-side rendering, but somewhere this year I moved it to Scully because Scully seemed more appropriate for the job. So the best use case, the best scenario for implementing an Angular for your web application really depends on the needs of your project. So if you have a very specific question for me, you can always contact me directly on Slack and we will discuss it together.
Awesome. Thanks for being open when it comes to that. So, we have another question. So for using Google SEO tools, are there any tips to maximize site traffic?
Well, site traffic is, if you want much traffic on your website, you need content. You need unique content, and you need content that people are looking for. So you can write whatever you want on the internet. If nobody is interested in the content, nobody will come and visit your page. So maximizing traffic starts with having good content and making sure that that content can be found. So if you have a website, but there's no other website linking to it, then your page will not ever be found. So creating backlinks to your pages is a good idea, but the main driver is content, making sure that you have unique content that people are looking for.
Awesome, thank you. So let me just check. Do we still have questions here? Okay, so I think that's it. But for everyone, again, thank you for tuning in to this talk. And then if you have follow-up questions, maybe you can connect with Sam via Slack, if that's okay.
Yes, please. Yep.
Awesome. So thank you. And thanks for dedicating your time for this event, Sam.
It was my pleasure. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so we're done with all the talks for the day one of DevFest, but please don't leave this stream yet, because later on we're going to announce the winners for our raffles, okay? But before that, of course, I would like to call someone for the closing remarks. Again, do not leave the stream just yet, okay? We're still going to announce something. So please, may I call on Salimar Bendanilio Tahil, the community lead of GDG Zamboanga, for day one's closing remarks.
In behalf of the organizing team, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all of you for staying with us in the last 7 hours of fun and learning. This is just the day one of our 2-day festivity. We hope that you will still join us again tomorrow as we have prepared a lot in store for you. We shall be focusing on Google Cloud Platform and other tech topics while highlighting some of our incredible women in tech. Plus, a virtual party will follow. Are you excited? Well, it's going to be literally a developers festival full of fun and surprises, all the while learning on the latest Google technologies. Of course, this DevFest would not be possible without the love and support of our guest speakers, your enthusiastic participation, and our generous partners and sponsors. Allow me to thank each of them in behalf of the entire team by acknowledging them. DevFest Philippines 2020 is powered by Google, co-presented by Cloud Staff and Stojanovic and Associates in cooperation with Union Bank. Special thanks to Hacktiv Collab and MVN Photo Studio. Also, thank you to DICT Cluster 1 for supporting DevFest 2020. Our official media partners, Gadget Magazine and WhenInManila.com, for featuring this event. Our community partners, Women Tech Makers Manila, Women Tech Makers Zamboanga, Palawan International Technology Business Incubator, Association of Student Technopreneurs and Innovators from FEU Tech, Association for Computing Machinery, FEU Tech Student Chapter, and Sangguniang Kabataan Puerto Princesa City. This Grandest DevFest is made possible by different GDG chapters in the Philippines. Shout out to GDG Manila, GDG Baguio, GDG Cagayan de Oro, GDG Cebu, and GDG Zamboanga. That's it for day one. See you tomorrow. Stay safe, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi,
Hi.
guys.
Hello, welcome back, ladies. So, um, again, to everyone who's still here, thank you for staying with us. Okay, I still see a lot of viewers in the stream. So, as I've mentioned earlier, we're going to announce the winners for the raffle. But before that, let me just ask my co-hosts here, because Rosel and Eliza was from breakout session earlier, right? So,
Yes.
share something. Feel free to share something. What's like your favorite part of the day or of the event for day one?
Eliza, you want to
Okay.
start?
Okay, me first. Okay. So our breakout session was actually really interesting. The topics were
Yeah.
very informative. So my partner and I, Rosal, were actually messaging each other about how interesting the topics were. So for me, the most interesting topic is by Miss Macy Lee regarding the mental health in technology, especially right now that most of the people are already in social media or already involved in other forms of websites and technologies. So it's very essential that they have a grasp of what is happening. They have a support group for those that are so for them to have um, some sort of comfort, some sort of like someone to vent on or someone to be supportive to them for if every time they share something or they encounter something negative or they encounter like information. So I also like the idea of or the organization of Miss Macy Lee that gathers uh, that promotes or convinces everyone to be safe in their mental and to be also comfortable in their mental health.
Great. Thank you, Eliza, for sharing that. How about you, Marcel?
Yeah. So for me, like what my partner said, it's really interesting, right? So each of the
Mm.
topics has their own unique key points that a lot of people can learn from it. So it's really I was actually surprised with the lineup of the talks, and then hearing them myself, really I got each of those topics, I really got um key points that actually I can use personally. So in terms of I think one of the ones that has an impact, I guess, for me is one of the talk from JT Solis. So actually what I like there is his talk is promoting the platform for local farmers. So knowing that there's something out there or someone out there looking out for farmers, giving them their avenue where they could mix out physical world and the digital world together in one platform, right? So it's really, I think it it's really timely for those local farmers to have that opportunity or have that platform for them to promote their products and actually widen their market. So that's one of the um, topics that really had an impact with what I've heard, yeah, in our talks. But other than that, all of them are really, yeah, they really made an impact for. That's why, like what Eliza said, we were starstruck with some of
Yeah.
the speakers. Like, wow, that's so awesome. Like, there's
Right.
kinds of reactions in the backstage. You're showing that reaction. So yeah, thank you. I actually want to thank everybody who imparted their time here and sharing their insights in this event. So yes, that's for me.
Thank you, Rosel. How about you, partner, Estella?
Yeah, it was really like a very techy day from the mobile track and the web track. But as for me, I think with the keynote from Boss Jusan, um, it really got me how impressive the talk was, since it's like a real experience that you could definitely relate to during this pandemic, and all with the imposter syndrome, which is really common, I guess, for like most of us. And then like as a tech person during this pandemic, we gotta have to be more human, even though we're just connecting virtually. And yeah, another thing was maybe the last talk from Sam with the proper handling of SEO. Like it's really amazing how like the SEO side evolved, and then the challenge for the past is really amazing. And yeah, it's maybe because I've worked in an SEO department before, way back. And it's like, okay, wow, this is something new. We can do this now. There's a proper handling with the with the headers and all that stuff with the page title. Yeah, I guess that is my part.
Thanks,
How about
Estella.
you? Can we ask
How
you?
about you?
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah, about you.
yeah, Trish. How about you?
all right. So me, well, just like what Stella mentioned, unlike in the general tech session, here in the plenary we had a lot of technical talks from the mobile track to the web track. They are really technical. There were a lot of like live coding sessions too. I don't want to get into the details of that. Like I don't want to have like follow up questions from the audience. I'm sorry, but anyway, all of those speakers, they are all great speakers. What my key takeaway, I think my key takeaway for day one is that I remember Sir TJ's discussion about web technologies. You just need to start and you just need to keep going. Don't like stick with one framework. Do not stick with one technology. Just keep on learning, okay, and share that with others. So that is what that's what has been highlighted with to me for day one. So I was like kind of immersed in the community earlier. I'm reading comments, I'm checking the Slack channel, and I think that's my favorite part of the day. Like I really miss seeing your faces. I miss seeing faces during physical events. So I think that's the highlights for me. Seeing each other interact in the comment section, engage with each other. Um,
Yes, I would agree with you. Like not seeing their faces, right? It's really something different as the physical event that we do. But
Yeah.
this seeing the comments, you guys commenting, it's really making us feel okay, someone's out there listening for us. So thank you guys for
Yeah.
engaging with our talks. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very
Thank you so
much.
much.
Thank
So,
you. Thank you so much. So, okay. So again, thank you so much to all of our partners. Okay. And by the way, if you haven't tried the virtual photo booth yet, please try it. Let's show the link, please. There. So there you go. It's bit.ly/devfestph photo booth. Okay. There. Thank you, just for that one. So please do take a selfie. Okay, then share it with us, post it online, use the hashtags, and we will be using it. We'll be collating the photos from the virtual photo booth for a collage because, of course, DevFest is not DevFest without a group photo, even if it's virtual.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can still like continue those photos tomorrow because we have day two. We'll see each other tomorrow. But for now, okay, as what I've promised, we'll go ahead and announce the winners. Okay, so I think I'll start that. Okay, so thank you. Now let's see who the winners are for today's activities, raffle, games, questions. So for the winners, please message GDG Philippines in Slack, okay? In Slack, okay? Just to make sure that you registered and joined our Slack channel. Social media winners, they will be receiving 100 peso worth of Grab vouchers each. Okay, so let's see. So congratulations, Kate Group, Francis Rubio, Kyra Saniza, Andrea Maris de Guzman, and Edmond Garcia. So again, please message GDG Philippines in our Slack channel. Okay, so again, make sure that you join our Slack channel to be able to redeem your prize. Thank you. Virtual photo booth package winner. Wow. Okay, so this is what I'm telling you guys. You should use our virtual photo booth. So please show the winner for day one. Denise Micaela Zhao. Okay, congratulations, Denise Micaela Zhao. I'll surely like or love your selfie later on. But for now, please message GDG Philippines in our Slack channel. Okay, for the Awangan Drip Coffee winners, we have. Okay, so congrats Gail Gakusan, Verhil Bustamante, and Kurt Tanting. So you will be receiving drip coffees, okay, from GDG Philippines. Thank you. Oh, we also have a gift bundle winner, Dave Gamboa. Congratulations. Please message us in Slack. It's at GDG Philippines. Okay, send us a private message. Thank you. Oh, this one. I know there's a lot of you folks who wants to win a Google Home Mini. Okay, so for day one, our winner is Ivan Sakayan. Congratulations, Ivan. So you'll be talking to Google more often, perhaps. So we'll be saying okay Google a lot once you receive that. So congratulations, and please message us in Slack. Okay, and I think do you still have another one? Don't have any, please presentation. Thank you. Okay. So all right. So thank you so much again for joining us today. Okay, we hope to see you again tomorrow, of course, for our day two. So again, we'll have a lot of topics. The agendas for DevFest, it's pinned in GDG Philippines Facebook page. Okay, please check the agenda. It's the updated one. And again, thank you so much and have a good night. Bye.